Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream. I'm your host, Theodore Schubot, and we will be starting off the weekend just listening to a complete and total stranger, talking probably for the next 5 hours or so. Let me know if the music is too loud or too low. Last week it was a little bit too low, and when I did the excerpt videos from the live stream, the music was barely audible. So I do like the music being a little bit audible at least, or I do like the music to be in the background because it does fill in the moments of silence that occur in any given recording. And also music just fills in the void and makes for a better mood, makes for a better vibe for the video. But here I am. I'm a little bit late. Apologies for that. I do understand that most people who listen to this stream don't come right when the stream starts. Most of you guys come a little bit later, maybe 10, 20 minutes after the stream commences. So I don't feel too bad, but I always feel at least a little bit bad every time I'm late for these streams. But the reason why I was late, to be honest with you guys, is because, well, I was taking a little bit more time reading up on the news just to make sure that I am extra prepared for this stream. I do not like being underprepared, so tried to find as many interesting stories as I could to commentate on for this stream. These streams are primarily political commentary or commentary on current events, plus my own feelings about things, my own opinions on things. And also, I do get into just commentating on certain things of life, certain aspects of life, like music. Last week, it was working out. I talked for probably a good hour on working out. You couldn't watch my live because you got copyright strike? Oh, damn. Which I think, I'm guessing it was the Dutch techno song, because I got copyright struck for that as well. I think the copyright strike policy and protocol is just way, way too strict. You could say, well, the music is not your property. The thing is that music is a part of culture. And so you should expect people to play your music. Music is not just property. Music is a part of culture. It's an integral part of society. And I think that if someone were to play your song on a live stream, you should at least be flattered by that, because it means that your song is really good and they want your song to be a part of the vibe of their video. I don't see what the issue is. Right now, we are listening to some video game music. I do think that video games have some of the best sound scores out there. I think that video game OSTs are generally better than film OSTs for some strange reason. So if you look at the Oblivion soundtrack, or the Skyrim sound score, or the Resident Evil sound score, the Witcher sound score, even some music from World of Warcraft, these are really, really good sound scores. It's just very beautiful music that just immerses your mind into a very rich imagination. And it really sets a beautiful vibe, or at least a charming vibe. So I think video game music is great. I think it's wonderful. I love it. And I've always listened to video game music. I mean, when I was a junior high student, I subscribed to Nintendo Power Magazine. I don't know how many of you guys subscribed to Nintendo Power Magazine. Sadly, Nintendo Power no longer exists. But for a number of years, I was a subscriber to Nintendo Power. And so you would get a magazine, and then sometimes they would give you a little gift. And I remember one time getting an issue of Nintendo Power, and they gave me the OST for the Super Smash Bros. Game on the GameCube. And I still remember the music from Kirby's World. And I remember I would be in my mom's car and I would play the Super Smash Brothers soundtrack in the car. And I just loved it. There was something about the Super Smash Brothers music that was very fantastical. In other words, it brought one's mind into the fantasy world of Super Smash Brothers. But there was also just something unexplainably inspiring about it, and it was just beautiful music. My favorite piece of music from the Super Smash Bros. GameCube soundtrack is Kirby's World. I think it's just a beautiful piece of music. Maybe I'll play it later on the stream. Yep, Goose Hunter has it right. Hello, Theo. Hello, all good people. It's time for some Theology live stream about Theodore Shuba by Theodore Shuba about geopolitics, history, religion, food, movies, everyday life, and music. Well, I just talked about music, so that's not exactly fair. But yes, everything else is accurate. I appreciate that. Yes, and I hate to say it, but give the stream a like, because when you like the stream, the algorithm is incentivized to push the stream to more people, thus increasing the potential of widening the core audience of this YouTube channel. The music that is burned into my head from childhood is Super Turrican music. I'm not sure if I ever heard that, but I did enjoy the Super Smash Bros. Sound score. I still do listen to the Resident Evil sound score. I still do listen to... what else? Far Cry 5 soundtrack was amazing. I don't know if you guys ever heard it, but it's one of the best video game sound scores ever. Did you hear of the Manchester Massacre? Yes, I did. Ghost of Tsushima has good music. I'm sure it does, yeah. Elden Ring has amazing music. The best thing about Elden Ring was the sound score. I think the Elden Ring sound score was amazing. Let's see here. Sabatai Zevi. Yeah, he was a false messiah. Music part of culture to all mankind, like Bill and Ted. There you go. I'm in Sweden. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty certain you guys got some very strict laws about everything in Sweden. Everything's illegal in Sweden. Hello, Theo. Happy Friday. What do you think about Hamas's response to the treaty? I don't know. We're sort of in suspense about whether or not Hamas is going to accept the treaty. From what I understand and from what I have read, it's sort of a win-win situation, because if Hamas agrees to the treaty, then Israel could find and capitalize and exploit a loophole by which it would greenlight itself, and in which it would get the green light from the United States to have a military presence in Gaza, and that would mean basically an Israeli military occupation in Gaza. If Hamas says no to the treaty, then that would greenlight Donald Trump to say, okay, Israel, that's it. There's no more negotiation. I'm just going to give you guys the full-on permission to just destroy Hamas, which means kill more people. So I'm just going to wait and see what happens. I really don't know what's going to happen, but I think Trump said that Hamas has until Sunday to sign on to it. It's possible they will. From what I understand, Hamas has accepted some parts of the treaty and has even said that it's willing to release hostages. But it's one of those situations where one party is saying yes, but. So, yes, I like this treaty, or yes, I like parts of this treaty, but. And it's that but that is then used to say, okay, well, Hamas is being obstinate. Hamas cannot be reasoned with. Therefore, let's just finish the job in Gaza. I think Israel definitely has this objective set in its brain to do a complete population transfer in Gaza. I think that's what Israel wants to do. And I think Israel, I don't know. I don't think I know. I know that Israel is going to find every opportunity to make that happen. So we have to just keep that in mind. Remember when Donald Trump first entered office, he was talking about peace in Gaza, and you had Mr. Steve Witkoff going to Doha and making negotiations and trying to broker a peace deal, and that ended up being a complete failure. Israel, there was a ceasefire that was agreed upon, but then what happened? After Israel released a bunch of Palestinian prisoners and Hamas released a bunch of Israeli hostages, Netanyahu made it very clear that he was not going to enter the second phase of the agreement, and he just broke the ceasefire and slaughtered hundreds of people. So I had hopes sort of for the Steve Witkoff brokered peace negotiation. But for this one, I'm just not really optimistic because this is Gaza and this is the Middle East. And if you read about the Lebanese civil war, I mean, how many ceasefires were agreed upon during the Lebanese civil war? Dozens of them. How many of them were broken? Pretty much all of them. So I'm just not really putting much weight on this. I'm just going to wait and see what happens. But all I know is that whatever does happen, it's going to be no damn good. That's what I do know. That's what I can be certain of. Whatever happens is going to be nothing good. That's it. That's what I will say. Let's see here. Hello, recently discovered your work. Your high quality commentary. Subscribe. Appreciate that. Ellis Carincalo. Carini Colao. I'm guessing you're from. Well, you're saying you're from Perth, Western Australia, but I'm guessing your last name is from Greece. But either way, I really appreciate that, sir. Thank you, Mr. Carincolao. Slaverin Bedwinka says a deal implies someone else is being defrauded into the transaction. The volume is fine, but I do want to mention that I got... Okay, I already read that. Hello, happy Friday to you, Salor Malumor. Let's see here. Hello, Gypsy Bird. What's up, chat? Hello, Stone Willis 96. Hello, Trevor Green. Trevor's in the house. Absolutely. Great. Welcome to peak time of the week. Appreciate that, sir. These Friday streams are always a highlight of the week. Good afternoon, Brian West. Did you read the articles I sent you? Oh, I have not. I apologize for that, but I will. I promise you I'll read them. We'll see how that turns out. I would love to catch this live, but I'm on my way to catechism. We'll have to watch the replay. No problem, Gabriele. Gonna grab some fried chicken before Theo's live stream. Awesome. Hello, Prince Zachariah. Hello, Gypsy Bird. Once again, I'm looking forward to another Shubot session. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Can't make deals with Israel. Thank you for your commentary. And hello and happy Friday, Alexandrina Grijo. Hello, The Just One. Hello, Susan. I saw a picture of this little girl. She looked like my granddaughter. Her and her family were slaughtered by... It's very depressing. Very depressing. Hello, Carol C. These evil humans are dragging us to hell with them. Yep. Hello, Bianca Petrikova. What's something not many people know about you? I don't know. I mean, maybe as I get more and more relaxed in this stream, as I warm up, I will say something about myself that I've never shared before. Who knows? Hello, Monkey Brain. One thing I hate about the treaty is the technocratic administration of Gaza. Yeah, it's pretty horrific. Pretty evil. Hello, Russian Falcon. Did Netanyahu change the terms? Well, Netanyahu has stated that he wants to make sure that Israel has a security presence there, which means occupation, and this is something that the Palestinians will not agree to. I think, if I had to guess, I think what Israel is doing is they're trying to make it in a way where they can almost guarantee 100% that Hamas will not agree to the deal. I think that's what Israel's trying to do. So Hamas has said, yeah, we'll release the hostages. No problem. And that's not good for Netanyahu. That's not good for the fanatics in the Knesset. And the reason for that is because the reason why it's not good is because that shows that Hamas is actually capable of reasoning with Israel, and they don't like that. They want to portray this picture that Hamas does not want to release the hostages at all, that Hamas is obstinate, that Hamas is just a bunch of unreasonable, uncouth savages, a bunch of orcs that cannot be negotiated with. And Hamas is saying, no, we don't mind releasing the hostages. And so I think what Netanyahu wants to do is he wants to add something to the terms that would make Hamas not sign on to it. He wants to make a deal that he believes, almost for certain, that Hamas will not sign on to. And that is an Israeli security presence being in Gaza. The Israelis know that the Palestinians will not agree to this. So I think that's what they're trying to do. This is exactly what they did to the Serbs, by the way. Before the outbreak of the war between NATO and Serbia in Kosovo, there was basically a peace deal It was not basically. It was a peace deal. I think they're called. It was the. It was some sort of an accord that was brokered by the United States, and part of the deal was that Kosovo would be given autonomy. And Serbia said, yeah, fine. If Kosovo wants autonomy, we'll give it to them, no problem. And Madeleine Albright hated this because Madeleine Albright was bent on having a war between NATO and Yugoslavia. The United States wanted to destroy Yugoslavia. That was the goal. The goal was not to protect the Albanians. The goal was not to guarantee freedom for Croatia and for Slovenia and for Bosnia. That wasn't the goal. The goal was to destroy the last power bloc in the world that was refusing to be a puppet state for the United States. And that was Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia's whole strategy was to have a position of neutrality between Russia and the United States. In other words, it wasn't desirous of being an enemy of Russia, nor was it desirous of being an enemy of the United States. It wanted to do trade between these two powers, but at the same time, it did not want to be a proxy for either of these two powers. And the United States just broke down the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union had just been destroyed. And so there was now a unipolar world. It was no longer a bipolar world at this point. And so the United States said, okay, this is our time to just do whatever the hell we want and have free reign and just carry out whatever geopolitical policy we want to carry out. And so they saw Yugoslavia, and they said Yugoslavia is ran by Serbs. Serbs historically have been pro-Russia, and they don't want to be our puppet, so we're going to have to force them to be our puppet. And so they said, okay, Serbia, you're mistreating all these Albanians in Kosovo. You have to stop. And Serbia said, okay, we'll give them autonomy. And the United States said, well, we're going to add a new term to the deal. And this is what Madeleine Albright did. And the new term that Madeleine Albright added was that Serbia would give the United States a complete green light, complete and total permission to deploy troops and military vehicles into Serbia and to have a military presence in any part of Serbia at any time that it so wished, thus destroying Serbia's autonomy and thus really destroying Yugoslavia's autonomy. The whole strategy of putting this term into the deal was to get the Serbs to reject the deal. That was the entire motivation of Madeleine Albright. They knew that Serbia would say no because they knew that Serbia would not just sign on to giving up its autonomy, giving up its sovereignty. And that was the whole strategy. It was a win-win for the United States because if Serbia had agreed to that, then Serbia would have forfeited its autonomy and would have basically become, not basically, Serbia would have agreed to become just a proxy and a puppet state of NATO and a subject of NATO. And if Serbia said no, which it did, then the United States would then have its pretext to bomb and to invade Serbia. And so Serbia said no, which is exactly what Madeleine Albright was expecting, and this is what she wanted. And the United States then invaded Serbia and bombed it. And then you guys know the rest of the story. Yugoslavia was destroyed. It was crushed. So I think that the United States, Netanyahu, I think that they are playing this game. Netanyahu is playing this game where he says, okay, well, I want to have a security presence in Gaza. And the Israelis know. Hamas would not like that. Of course not. Palestinians wouldn't like that. Of course not. So it's a sort of a win-win situation. If Hamas says yes to the deal, then Israel is going to find a way by which to grant itself permission to bring about an Israeli military presence in Gaza. And if Hamas says no to the deal, then Israel could say, well, Hamas cannot be reasoned with, and we're just going to continue with the bombs. So it's just I just see deception. I don't really see any sort of good faith effort at all in this whole thing, in this whole quagmire. Albright was evil, absolutely. Yeah. Adolf, Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Israeli Twitter is being very entertaining right now. Very, yeah. A lot of Hasbarats, but I don't think anyone really listens to them. I don't trust Trump, neither do I. Let's see here. Greetings, folks. Hello, Cozy in the Cut. Hello, Terry Ann Baker. Did you see the Hasbara at the UN conference talking about the children's drawings? Yeah, I did. I saw that. It was pretty pathetic. Did you hear about Hamas' answer to Trump peace proposal? What do you think? I think Trump, Hamas. If we're talking about the same thing, I think Hamas said that it's willing to release hostages. But I think what Hamas wants is guarantees that Israel will not have a presence in Gaza. I think that's what Hamas wants ultimately. It's going to suck once this channel blows up and Hasbara agent spam. Oh, yeah, I know. I've already had a little bit of that. I saw a picture of this little... Okay, I've already read that. It's very depressing. Let's see here. North Sentinel Island, the last place on Earth that is not puppet state of the U.S. Interesting. Isn't that island like pro-Israel or something like that? Greetings from Palestine, bro. Could you please tell us a bit about how you changed views on Palestine and Israel? Which part are you for the West Bank? I'm guessing. Thoughts on the Kushner family and its influence on U.S. So how did I change my position on Israel and Palestine and all that? That's a good question. And I actually did a whole video on this. It's called Hasbara is Dead. And I explained a lot of my background in that whole thing. But I guess I'll just tell you guys a shorter version of the same story. So basically what happened is that my dad was born in the West Bank. He was born in Beit Zahora. And what happened is my dad was raised on the idea of Palestinian resistance. He was recruited by a terrorist while he was an inmate in an Israeli jail. And this recruiter told my dad to put a bomb in a bank. He gave my dad the bomb. My dad brought the bomb. My dad approached the bank. My dad was about to go into the bank to place the bomb in the bank. And my dad saw a bunch of kids in front of the bank. And my dad had this sudden moment of guilt and said, oh my God, what am I doing? I'm going to kill children. I don't want that on my conscience. I don't want to kill innocent people. And my dad freaked out, panicked, and threw the bomb onto the roof of the bank and ran. And the bomb blew up. And nobody died, thankfully. But my dad had this huge moment of existential dread. And he went through a huge process of introspection. But my dad still remained on the path of Palestinian resistance nonetheless. And my dad became a pro-Palestine activist in Chicago. And he did that for a while. And then in the early 90s, my dad read the Bible and realized that Christianity is the true religion and Islam is a heresy. And my father converted to Christianity in 1993. So my father wanted to find a church, and he just found this church somewhere in the Bay Area. He just heard about it. I think he saw a sign on the side of the road or something that said, hey, come to this church. And so my dad said, okay, I'll try this church out. My dad didn't really know where to go. He thought about Catholicism, but he didn't like the icons because my father was raised as a Muslim. So he was basically raised in Unitarian iconoclasm. And so my dad joined this church, and the church was a Baptist church, and it was very, very pro-Israel for the most part. Not everybody was pro-Israel, but a lot of people in the church were pro-Israel. And my dad started going to this Bible study, and they were talking about, well, Israel and the Old Testament, and the Bible says that we must support Israel because look at how many times Israel is mentioned in the Old Testament and in the New Testament. So my dad basically fell into Christian Zionism. and he thought that that was the way to go. And he was in his early 30s. Again, 1993, my dad was 33 years old. So, I mean, he was younger than me right now. I'm 35. So my dad was younger than what my age is right now. And he just didn't know any better. And he was telling people, and people were asking him, "Oh, how did you find this church? And how did you find Christ?" And he would say, "Well, I was a Muslim." And so people at that time in the early 1990s, I mean, people just didn't know what Islam was. Americans, for the most part, in the early 90s were absolutely clueless about Islam, Muslims. They just didn't know anything. What the main focus of American Christianity was in the early 1990s was basically how to combat Mormonism, how to combat the Jehovah's Witnesses, and how to combat liberalism. Those were the three big priorities of American Christianity in the early 1990s. So nobody really cared about Muslims or Islam or anything like that. And then my dad was telling people at this church that the problem is that you have jihadists, and the jihadists could actually do acts of horrendous violence in the United States. And he said they will do acts of violence in the United States. And people just didn't really pay attention to my dad. And then 2001 came, you had 9/11, and then literally our lives changed forever at that point. Because once 9/11 occurred, I mean, everybody was calling us up. Our phone never stopped ringing, and everybody wanted to talk to my dad. Everybody from people at our church to people in the media wanted to talk to my father. My dad was doing radio interviews all the time. And you could ask, well, how did they know about your dad? Like, how did the media know about your dad at the time? And the way that they knew about him is that my dad started So in the early 1990s, the internet was introduced to the American civilian population. And so my dad was using the internet. My dad, believe it or not, Sam Shamoon and other people knew each other. Like, my dad and Sam Shamoon go way back. That's what people don't understand. And people see Sam Shamoon now, they see him debating Muslims and Jews and all that stuff. And he's a great debater. But what a lot of people don't know is that Sam Shamoon and my dad go way back to the early 1990s, around that time period, or maybe early 2000s. But I'm pretty certain it was back in the 90s when my dad and Sam Shamoon connected. I'll have to ask my dad for confirmation on that. But my dad started this website. My dad and other people started this website called Answering Islam. And my dad debated Muslims using AOL Instant Messenger. This was back in the day when AOL Instant Messenger was a very new thing. So when 9/11 happened, the media raced to find anyone who was an expert on Islam or Islamic jihad. And there weren't a whole lot of experts in those days. So people found my dad's Answering Islam articles and the Answering Islam website. And they said, okay, here's a guy who was a Muslim and who did terrorism in Israel. And so here's our guy. So all these media outlets wanted to talk to my father. And my dad was on the media all the time, like all the time. Fox News, MSNBC, ABC, whatever. Christian Broadcasting Network. It was just, everybody wanted to talk to my dad. BBC. So my dad became a media personality, and he became a commentator. And so my dad still had this pro-Israel sentiment, pro-Israel position. So I was raised to be pro-Israel, like hardcore. I was raised to be pro-Israel. And we went to, I mean, at a very young age, I went to pro-Israel events with my father. There was one event that we went to that sticks to my mind, in which there was a bus that was blown up by a Palestinian terrorist. And my dad wanted this bus to be presented, to literally be transported to this church that we were going to in the Bay Area, California. And the pastor resisted, and he didn't want the bus there because he didn't want the controversy around that to be aimed at his church. So the pastor said no, and my dad was super, super stubborn about it, and he riled up a whole bunch of members of the congregation to protest against the pastor. It was a pretty big, friggin' intense war in this local church in the Bay Area. And eventually the pastor gave up and he acquiesced, and then the bus was actually transported to the church. And so I remember being outside of this church, and it was raining, and you could see this Israeli bus in front of this church. You could see, I mean, it was just all, the whole bus is just completely devastated. And that was it. And it was stuff like that. It was but you see, my dad, he was pro-Israel not because he believed, like Jews were superior or anything like that. My dad was pro-Israel because, for one, he believed that that's what the Bible wanted. He believed that's what God wanted. And secondly, my dad did not like Palestinian terrorism. He didn't like the idea of blowing up buses, and he still doesn't like that. And I don't like that. I can't support that. I can't support blowing up buses or anything like that. So my dad was against all that stuff. And the thing is that it's not like we were sitting there saying, oh, we just love seeing dead Palestinians. That's not what our attitude was at all. Our attitude was Palestinian terrorists do evil things, kill people, blow up buses, shoot people. We don't like that. Israel is a force for civility. The problem was that we never really looked on what the other side was doing. That's the problem. We were just looking at the bad things that Palestinians have done, or certain Palestinians have done, but we were never seriously looking at what Israelis did. And that was the problem. And when I was in junior high, I was pro-Israel. When I was in high school, I was pro-Israel. And then something happened in 2000 and, let me think, I want to say 2012 or 2013, something happened. And that something was, I began to write articles on the gay agenda. And this is when I said, okay, we're talking about Islam, we're talking about jihad, but we really got to start talking about the gay agenda, because gay activists were very active in the early 2010s in going to Christian businesses and trying to force Christian businesses to do things that were against Christianity. And the biggest example of that was what happened in the biggest example of that was what happened in Colorado, in which you had what's it called? You had these gay activists who went to this Christian bakery, and they said, hey, we want this cake for Adam and Steve. And the baker said, I just can't do that. And so they sued the baker, and they won. And the baker had to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. And if it weren't for really charitable people donating money to this baker, that baker would have been completely screwed. And so I saw that, and that really made me angry. Like, really, really made me angry. And I noticed that they were doing this to several other businesses, and I said, I hate this. We're writing on it. Now, to be fair, I was writing on the Sodom agenda years before that, but I really wanted to focus on it. And so in 2013, I started doing a lot of videos and articles on the subject, and we had a small team of Hosberists who were in our circle. They were part of what we were doing. People need to understand, when it comes to mouthpieces, when it comes to media personalities, they almost always have a team of people around them who are trying to influence them, or they're doing some other work for them, maybe media work, maybe booking, maybe they're editing videos for them. There's always a team around these people. And so we had these Hosberists who were around us. And one day I get this nasty email from this Hosberist who was in our team, and he was telling me to stop ranting against Sodom. And he said that we're going to lose the funding because at that time we were getting funded from this Zionist billionaire guy. And the Zionist billionaire guy was well connected in Hollywood. He was well connected in Hollywood. He was connected to Steve Crowder. I don't know if you guys know him, but Steve Crowder started out in PJ Media. I don't know if you guys ever looked into this, but Steve Crowder started out as a comedian, and then Steve Crowder ended up doing YouTube videos from his house, just doing YouTube videos talking about his political ideas. Steve Crowder has always been very pro-Israel, and even if you look at his earliest videos, back before he got a position, years before Louder with Crowder, Steve Crowder started out as just a guy talking in front of a camera, like most of us do. And he was doing a lot of pro-Israel stuff, and eventually Steve Crowder got a position with PJ Media. Okay, PJ Media is still around, but they're not as big as they used to be. But the guy who was funding us was the guy who founded PJ Media. The same guy. And so Crowder got a position at PJ Media. And we were getting basically funded by the same people who were running PJ Media. Just to show you how interconnected all this stuff is. It's all very interconnected. Now, this was very unbeknownst to me. I didn't understand anything that was happening. All I knew was, oh, great, we're getting funded. This is awesome. These people really believe in us. So this Hosberist one day sends me this email, and he says, hey, stop talking about Sodom because we're going to lose the money. And I gave him a call, and I said, what are you talking about? And he said, we're going to lose the money. The funder, the people who are funding us are going to stop funding us. And I basically told this guy to go to hell. And I hung up the phone on him. And I began to see at that moment how money is being used to control a lot of these various media personalities in the United States and in the Western world. So not too long after this, we get a call from the funders themselves. They were a husband and wife. The husband was the moneymaker, but they were a husband and wife working together in this funding enterprise. And they gave us a call, and they basically said, the wife told us, listen, if you don't stop with the gay stuff, if you don't stop talking about Sodom, we are literally going to stop giving you guys money. And that's exactly what happened to Charlie Kirk, by the way. That's what happened with Charlie Kirk when Bob Shillman, who's a billionaire Jewish funder, told Kirk, I'm going to cut off funds from you because you invited Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson to your event, blah, blah, blah. So they pulled the money off, and we stopped getting funds from these people. They cut us off from their funding. And not too long after this, I met this activist. Yeah, I met this activist. I'm not going to give any names, but this guy was a Catholic activist. And this was at the time, I converted to Catholicism in the same year, 2013. And then the next year, 2014, I met this Catholic activist one day. And we were talking, very educated guy. And he knew a lot about church history and all that. And I was talking to him, and I told him the story that I just recounted to you guys about this funder. And he told me, he said, Ted, let me explain to you how deep the rabbit hole goes. And him and I spoke for several hours about how Zionist funders control political commentary in the United States using money. And I just listened, and he explained so many things to me. He said, you will see, he told me, he says, and I believe it or not, I told him this story, and he said, let me show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. He says, behind the conservative movement, you find pro-Israel Zionist funders. Behind the liberal movements, you find pro-Israel Zionist funders. He says, behind the far-right movements, you find pro-Israel Zionist funders. And I said, really? He says, absolutely. And he started explaining everything to me. And he told me about AMREN, American Renaissance, which is this big far-right racist organization that's ran by Jared Taylor. And he says, look at the people behind AMREN. And he told me this story. He said, do you want to know a story from my own experience? And I said, yeah, definitely. He says, okay. And he told me a story. He told me a story that I'll never forget. He said, Ted, I was invited to this event in New York. It was an event about the problem with Islam. And it was this event in New York, and the organizers rented out this restaurant/bar for us to do the event in. And he said that I was invited. They said, we'll pay you this much money, and then you get free drinks and free food, and we'll have a good time, and you'll talk about how Islam is bad and blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. So he told me, he says, I drove to New York, went to this restaurant/bar, and he said, Ted, a good portion of the people who were in this event were Zionist, pro-Israel, hardcore, pro-Israel type people. And he said the organization that basically organized the event, or at least partially organized the event, was this organization called American Renaissance. And he said the people from American Renaissance were Zionists. They were pro-Israel people. American Renaissance is a racist organization that literally pushes for eugenics and literally says that eugenics is the solution to a lot of problems in the Western world. This is a social Darwinist pro-eugenics organization. And he said, I literally saw pro-Israel people being members of this racist organization. I saw it with my own eyes. So he told me, he said, I did my speech, did my thing. And then after the speech, after the event, all the speakers said what they wanted to say. He said everybody went to the bar. That's the first place they went. They all went to the bar and started drinking alcohol. And he said that there were these people who were Jewish who got drunk. And he said that while they were drunk, the truth came out. And they began to say that Hitler was right, that Hitler had the right idea, and that if only Hitler could have just killed all the Arabs. Death to Arabs, a good Arab is a dead one. And he said, Ted, I saw with my own eyes how Zionists were pushing and promoting racism, and how Zionists were sympathetic towards Adolf Hitler and were fantasizing an Adolf Hitler that could just wipe out all the Arabs, and how they wanted this. And I saw with my own eyes the organizers of the event and how they were members of this racist organization called the American Renaissance, and how they were Hitler lovers. And he goes, Ted, he says, Ted, I'm not going to beat around the bush here. These were Jews. These were Jews talking. These weren't white skinheads saying death to Arabs, Hitler was great. No, he says, Ted, these were Jews, pro-Israel Jews, getting drunk and saying how much they loved Adolf Hitler. Honest to God, I thought the guy was lying to me. We spoke for hours. He told me this story, and I thought the guy was a liar. I thought, this guy's lying to me. And that was in 2014. That was in the latter part of, so basically the late winter of 2014, basically edging on 2015. I thought the guy was lying to me. But we continued communication. And then in 2016, so 2015, we had the big migrant crisis. And I noticed Germany was taking in hundreds of thousands of these migrants. Turkey was doing the same thing. And I noticed at that time that the right wing in America and in Europe were just putting into third gear all of their anger. You know, they were just expressing viciousness towards these migrants. And I believed, believe it or not, at that time, I believed a good amount of this right-wing propaganda. Now, I didn't say, oh yeah, we should kill them all. No, I didn't. I never said that. But what I believed was that this was this horrible thing happening to Europe, and Europe needs heroes. You know, they need their heroes. And I kind of fell into that right-wing rabbit hole, so to speak. So in early 2016, I was sitting in front of this computer and I was thinking about this. I was thinking, Germany is a very intelligent country. It's a very successful country. It's a very innovative country. Why would Germany accept so many hundreds of thousands of migrants? And I'm sitting at this computer and I'm thinking, and I see this article on Breitbart.com. Breitbart was the #1 conservative news website in the world at this time in 2015. So I saw this article on Breitbart, and the article said that Germany was seriously talking about recruiting male refugees into the German military. Recruiting Syrian refugees into the German military, training them in some sort of battle tactics and training them in the art of espionage, training them up, and then sending them back to Syria to overthrow the Assad regime. The German government actually talked about this. They said, yeah, we could recruit a lot of these Syrian men, teach them how to shoot a gun, teach them military tactics, teach them espionage, and then just flood Syria with these trained male Syrians with all this training, with all this new updated training, and have them overthrow Assad. And I saw that, and that triggered something in my brain. And the hamster wheel in my brain began to spin. And I said, wait a second. What's going on here? And I thought about it, and this thought came to my mind. And the thought was, perhaps the reason why Germany brought in all these refugees was to spark nationalism, to revive Nazism. This thought just came to my mind. Just like that. Boom. Almost out of thin air. Maybe what's happening is the Germans want these Syrians to be there so that nationalism will be revived and Hitler will be cool. And I just started thinking about all this stuff. And I remember I started researching the rise of the far right in Germany and how it was all tied to the refugee crisis and how far right nationalism and far right ideology was becoming popular again thanks to the refugee crisis. And I started working on my first article on this subject. It's still on Schubot.com. And as I was researching, I thought, you know what? I need to call up that Catholic guy again and ask him to tell me that story again. And I called them up and I said, remember that story you told me back in the winter of 2014? He said, yeah. And I said, could you tell me that story again? He said, sure. And he told me the story again. And I said, I'm gonna record you. Do you mind? He says, no, I don't mind. I recorded the conversation. And I asked him for names. I said, give me the names of the people in that event. And he started thinking. He said, and he gave me 2 names. I forgot their names, but he gave me 2 names. I said, okay, hold on a second. I Googled the first name. Turned out that this guy was Jewish and he was a member of the American Renaissance Organization. I said, okay, who's the second guy? Look that name up. Jewish, pro-Israel, American Renaissance. I said, this guy's not full of shit. This guy was telling me the truth. The fact that he could still remember the story with all the detail, the fact that he could give me these names, and both of these guys were connected to American Renaissance, which is a known racist organization, everything just came together. And I was never the same after that. Never the same after that. And I began to think about everything. I began to rethink everything. I began to rethink so many things. And as I did more research on the far right, I began to notice a lot of Zionists being far right, a lot of Zionists supporting this sort of thing in the Western world, a lot of Zionists supporting far right ideology in the Western world and wanting it in the Western world. And another thing I began to notice was how I was getting resistance from pro-Israel people. I was getting literal resistance. People who were pro-Israel, people that I knew, were going against me. People like Pamela Geller, people like Robert Spencer, people, just a number of people. And I noticed how Robert Spencer went all the way to Sweden to support the Sweden Democrats. And then you find out, okay, who are the Sweden Democrats? Well, the Sweden Democrats is a far-right party in Sweden, and they were founded by some SS officers. And, well, why is Robert Spencer, who's this pro-Israel guy, going to Sweden and doing activism work for the Swedish far-right? And then you find out, well, Pamela Geller, you find out that she had ties to neo-Nazis in Bulgaria and in Serbia, and she had this whole network. And I wrote a very detailed article on the Nazi ties between this Zionist, Pamela Geller, and all these Nazis that she was working with. And not just Nazis, but also Hindu nationalists. And I found out, and I began to see how Zionists in America were working with Hindu nationalists, working with Nazis, working with far-right ideologues in various parts of Europe. I just began to see it. And in 2017, I did even more further research, and I began to see it more, and I was writing even more. And I began to see how, if you look at all of these big conservative media outlets in the United States at that time, Front Page Magazine, Breitbart, etc., I began to see how you had this tie, this connection between the European far right and these pro-Israel Zionist-funded media outlets in the United States. And I saw how Front Page Magazine was saying nice things about the far right in Europe. And I began to see how Front Page Magazine and Robert Spencer and all these various different Zionist conservative media outlets were not only saying very nice things about the far right in Europe, but they were also saying very nice things about the gay agenda, Sodom, how they were really, because I always associated Sodom with the liberals, but then I began to see how the conservatives were supporting it all the time. And I saw it with Steve Crowder, and Steve Crowder is a big Zionist, and he was always inviting this Milo Yiannopoulos guy on. And eventually, and I was exposing it at that time in 2016, 2017. I was doing videos against Steve Crowder. And I was show videos of Steve Crowder talking to Milo, and how many times did Steve Crowder have Milo on his show? And I'm thinking, why are these conservatives bringing in this acolyte of Sodom onto their show? Why? So I began to see the connection between the conservative movement, racism, far-right ideology, and the homosexual agenda. I began to see all these connections, and how behind all of this were Zionist funders. And it was very reminiscent to what happened to me in 2013 when these Jewish funders were saying, you better stop talking against Sodom or else we're going to cut off the funds. And I began to see how the pro-Israel billionaires, the pro-Israel funders, were not only financing racism and nationalism, but they were also financing Sodom and Gomorrah. And how it's all connected. And then you look at the New Testament, and St. John the Revelator is calling Jerusalem Sodom and Egypt. And you begin to see the connection between Israel and Sodom, and Israel and racism, and it's just everything came together. And I just was never the same. And I've been on this path ever since. And I've been growing continuously every year. Every year I have grown. I learn new things every year, and I just grow, and I grow in my arsenal of knowledge, and I grow and I correct myself where I need to be corrected, and I add to things that I already know, and I just add to my database of knowledge. And so I just began to see things, and I began to see how Israel is, and I began to see the evils of Israel, and I've told the story before, but I'll say it again. I also want to say in 2013, I went to a Lebanese Catholic church. Now, I joined the Catholic Church in 2013, And I decided to go to a Lebanese Catholic church one day. And I said, I'm interested. I'm interested to see a Middle Eastern church. It was interesting to see this. So I went to this Lebanese church, Maronite Catholic church. The Lebanese Catholic church is known as the Maronite church. And I went to this church, and I went to communion, and I did all that for months and months and months. And then one day there was an announcement that they were going to have this event for young people. And I was 20, I want to say I was 22 at the time. So I fit in that age bracket of young people. So I went to this event, and there was a bishop there, Bishop Abdullah Elias, and there was a whole bunch of clergymen that were there as well. And I remember sitting at this table, and for some reason, the bishop sat right next to me. He sat at the same table that I sat at, and a bunch of priests were there. And they start talking to me. And one of them asks me, "Where are you from?" And I said, "I'm from California." And another priest says, "No, where are you really from? Like, don't give me this I'm an American bullshit. Where are you? What's your ethnicity? Where are you really from?" And I said, "Oh, my dad came from the West Bank." And you could just feel the whole atmosphere in that room change. And I sensed it immediately, like something is off. And they just didn't like me. I could just tell they just did not like me. So I remember going back home and telling my dad, and my dad said, "Ted, don't you know what the Maronites did to Palestinians?" And my dad did tell me about this when I was in high school. When I was in high school, my father told me about what the Maronites did to the Palestinians in the 1980s. I just forgot. I had forgotten at that point. But what happened was the Maronite phalangists were backed by Israel, and they butchered thousands of Palestinian civilians, raped, butchered, pillaged, the whole thing. It's called the Sabra and Shatila massacre. Well, I had forgotten about the Sabra and Shatila massacre by 2013. And I went back home, and my dad told me, he says, "Ted, don't you know what the Maronites did to Palestinians? They don't like Palestinians. They don't like them." So that experience got me to look more into the Maronite church. I started looking more into Israel's involvement in that. In 2021, I found a book called Pity the Nation by a guy by the name of Robert Fisk. And if you are interested in the Lebanese Civil War, I would highly recommend that you read this book. It is an excellent, excellent read. Very detailed book. It's a very large book. A lot of pages. It's called Pity the Nation by Robert Fisk. And Robert Fisk gives us one of the most graphic details, one of the most graphic descriptions of the Sabra and Shatila massacre. And it was horrific. And I remember reading on the Sabra and Shatila massacre in 2021, and I remember being almost obsessed with the entire story. Writing about it, reading about it. And there were moments when I would just be in existential dread over this whole thing. Like, I would be in existential dread. Reading about the massacre, reading about how people were butchered, reading about the rapes, just everything. And Robert Fisk has this detail in his book where he talks about how, see, Robert Fisk was a journalist. He was a very serious journalist. And Robert Fisk went to Lebanon. He was in Lebanon. He stayed in Lebanon for a long time. And he was in Lebanon when the Sabra and Shatila massacre happened. And he went to the Sabra and Shatila neighborhoods right after the massacre occurred, when the blood was still fresh. And he says, I walked into one of these Palestinian refugee areas, and he says, my colleague and I saw a Palestinian woman on the floor. Her legs were wide open. And he says there was blood between her legs. Blood dripping between her legs. And he said next to her was a pile of clothes. And above her was this laundry clothing pin line that you use to dry your clothes. And there were some clothes that were hanging, but there was a whole bunch of clothes that were still on the floor. So Robert Fisk deduced that this woman was hanging clothes that needed to be dried on this clothing line. And the phalangists, these Maronite fascists, came, raped and murdered her. And just this, all these details, like, what the fuck is this, you know? And then you read about how Israel was deeply behind that and how Israel facilitated that whole massacre. And it just made you rethink everything. It made you rethink everything. And it made you, and the thing that made it even more messed up was the fact that this was after the PLO had signed a treaty. You know, the PLO signed a treaty with Israel, and part of the agreement was that Palestinian civilians would not be harmed. That was the deal. And Yasser Arafat, he said, I'm not going to leave until I get assurances that civilians will be unharmed. And the United States government gave Yasser Arafat all these assurances that Palestinian civilians would not be harmed. And so the PLO left, leaving the population, the civilian population in the Sabra and Shatila camps, completely vulnerable. And Israel's proxy, the Maronites, entered the camps and just spent 3 days doing nothing but butchery. And you could say, well, Israel had nothing to do with it. And that's bullshit. Because Sharon and the rest of those guys who were around him, they all knew what was happening. We know this from the minutes of their meetings that they would have while the massacre was taking place. And we know for a fact that Israel facilitated it because of all the Israeli soldiers that were surrounding the camps while it was happening. And while butchery was taking place, the Israelis were firing flares into the air because the sun would go down, and they wanted to make sure that the Maronites could continue killing, and so that they could see their victims before they slaughter them, and they could make their way around in the darkness. So the Israelis would fire these flares to, you know, provide lighting for the killers. And you just look at all these details, and there's a story that Robert Fisk has in his book. It's almost like a scene from a movie. He was deeply investigating the Sabra and Shatila massacre, and Robert Fisk found basically a library of video footage from the Sabra and Shatila massacre. And there was a video that he found that was filmed by an American journalist. And he said that he played the video. And he said, it's like, I mean, the way he describes it, it's like something out of a found footage horror movie. This American guy is holding the camera. You can see everything from the American journalist's perspective. Camera's moving towards one of these Palestinian neighborhoods, and you could see on the footage 2 Israeli soldiers right outside one of these Palestinian areas. 2 Israeli soldiers, and the American is getting closer and closer and closer. You're seeing everything from his perspective, and then you see a Maronite fascist running out from one of these neighborhoods toward the Israeli soldiers. He runs toward these Israeli soldiers, and he's smiling. And Robert Fisk says that you can see in this video this Maronite phalangist with this sinister grin on his face because he was pillaging people inside this Palestinian neighborhood, and he ran towards these Israeli soldiers, and he's laughing while talking to these Israeli soldiers. And then the phalangist looks right at the camera, and his grin turns into a very angry face, and the Israeli soldiers and the phalangist both say, turn the camera off, and the camera goes off. It's like something out of a horror movie. And so, just stuff like that, it made you really go into this phase of introspection. And I really began to reflect, and I just knew the whole thing was evil. The whole thing is evil. No, that did not mean that I was promoting or that I was going to start supporting jihadism or anything like that. It just meant that I just became completely disillusioned with Israel. October the 7th happened in 2023. When that happened, I began to look at footage from the 10/7 attack, and I saw footage of Hamas killing civilians, and I said, that's not right. What I began to notice also right after October the 7th was how X was being flooded with anti-Israel, pro-Hitler comments. And that was really, really to my own fixation. That was something that I was very interested in, because since 2016, I have been warning people about the rise of Nazism. This is something that I've been warning people about. I began to, because remember I told you in early 2016, I said, I think these refugees got brought into Germany to revive nationalism. And in 2023, me seeing all of these pro-Hitler statements flooding X, and me seeing all this anti-Israel stuff on X, really further confirmed what I predicted in 2016, that Nazism was making a comeback. And I really began to see it. Now, again, I foresaw this happening in 2016. Nobody believed me in 2016. When I was warning people about the revival of Nazism in early 2016, nobody believed me, except for a few people here and there. But for the most part, nobody believed me. And I said Nazism is coming back. Nobody believed me. Fast forward to 2023, October the 7th happens. Hamas does this attack on Israel, does participate in killing civilians, or at least some other Palestinian fighters who were not members of Hamas killed civilians. Nonetheless, Palestinian militants did kill civilians in the kibbutzim. Seeing that happening, and then seeing the overwhelming flood of statements expressing basically ecstasy over the idea of Israelis being killed, further confirmed what I foretold in 2016, that Nazism was going to come back. And this incoming reality of Nazism's revival became more and more apparent to more and more people. One of those people was Asmongold, and I was quite shocked to see in 2023 Asmongold telling people that Hitler was making a comeback. And I said, even Asmongold sees him. Even Asmongold saw it. And so a lot of people began to see it, and people are still beginning to see this reality that Nazism is going to come back. And not too long after October the 7th, and you can see this on my YouTube channel, I did a video about what I saw coming. And I said, guys, here's what's going to happen. Jewish fanaticism is going to increase. And all these people in Israel who say a good Arab is a dead Arab are going to become more popular. And their voices are going to get louder. And Israel is going to want to do atrocities. Now, 5 years ago, about 5 years ago, I did a video. It's still on my YouTube channel. I did a video about Israel's goal to annex the West Bank. And I talked about the rise of Israeli fanaticism. Another thing also that you can see on my website is an article that I wrote in 2021. And this is something that happened in my life that really got me thinking more about Israel. So in 2020 or so, around that time, I read a book called The Roman-Judean War by Josephus, or I think it's just called The Jewish War by Josephus. It is a masterpiece of a book, and I recommend that everyone read this book. You can read it for free online, but I recommend that you just get yourself an actual hard copy. You can go on Amazon and you can just buy the complete works of Josephus for $1 or something. I mean, you can buy a used copy. It's pretty cheap. But if you just find yourself a compilation of the complete works of Josephus, it's going to be in there. The name of the book is something to the likes of The Jewish War or The Roman-Judean War by Josephus. Everyone should read this book. It talks about how the Roman-Jewish War broke out. And so you can see, reading this book, you get an idea of the world that Jesus lived in. And Jesus's warnings to the Jews become so much more pronounced when you read Josephus's book on the Roman-Judean War, because you can see exactly what Jesus was warning about being described in Josephus's work. When Jesus says that this generation is like a man who was possessed by a demon, and then the demon comes back with 7 more demons, and now the guy is even more possessed. So will it be with this generation. When you read that warning from Christ, you can see that demonic activity being very, very obvious when reading Josephus's descriptions of how the Jewish fanatics were during the Roman-Judean War. And he talks about how homosexuality blew up in Judea at this time, and how homosexuality became very popular. And the thing is that when people talk about Josephus, when people talk about the Roman-Judean War, no one brings up this fact. You actually have to read, because people can read some modern-day historian's book on the Roman-Judean War, and they'll say, I read this book on the Roman-Judean War, so I know a lot about it. But you don't. Because I've only seen 2 historians actually bring up the fact that Josephus says that homosexuality became quite popular in Jerusalem in the time of the Roman-Judean War. And Josephus says that the fanatics, who were the very same people who hated Christ, became very homosexual, and how they began to love homosexuality, how they really embraced Sodom, and how they made the entire city of Jerusalem into a sodomite bathhouse. And then you read Revelation, the book of Revelation, and what does St. John say about the city of Jerusalem? He says, Jerusalem, which is Sodom and Egypt. And you can see how Jerusalem became a literal Sodom about 40 years after the crucifixion. So it's right there. And then Josephus tells us about how the Jews were killing each other. It wasn't just Judean versus Roman. It was the Judeans murdering and butchering each other endlessly, just slaughtering one another. So I saw that, and I saw I read about the fanaticism during the Roman-Judean War, how the Jews were killing each other. And then I began to see the rise of fanaticism in Israel. And in 2021, I wrote an article about the coming civil war in Israel. I wrote this. I said, there's going to be a civil war in Israel. And what I did was I looked at current events in light of the history recounted by Josephus. And no one really believed it. Fast forward to 2023, you saw fanaticism blow up even more, get even bigger, get even more popular. And right before the October the 7th attack, the division between Israelis, the division amongst Israeli society, was getting even more vicious. It was widening even more. And I remember before the October the 7th attack, I was telling people, I said, there's going to be a civil war in Israel. You can see it happening. And it came to the point where you had Israeli politicians, Netanyahu included, talking about the possibility of a civil war in Israel because of the polarization between the left and the right in Israel. So then what happens? October the 7th happens. And the whole prospect of a civil war gets pushed back into the back burner. And Netanyahu now has the space and the opportunity to ignore the polarization of his society, because everyone was so focused on the October the 7th attack. So the October the 7th attack was allowed by Israel. And I said this not too long after the October the 7th attack. I said the October the 7th attack was allowed by Israel to happen in order to prevent a civil war and prevent really a coup against Netanyahu. Netanyahu wanted the October the 7th attack to happen to prevent his own demise, really, his own political demise, and to prevent a civil war. So how do you prevent a civil war? You have to unite the people against a common enemy, and that common enemy was Hamas in this case. And at first I said, hey, what Hamas did was terrible, so I understand why Israel's doing what it's doing. But it didn't take me long to see that there was something very, very wrong with the whole thing. I knew from the beginning that Israeli fanaticism was going to increase, because I had been talking about Israeli fanaticism even before October the 7th. But I had this idea initially that Israel had the right to go to war in Gaza because of October the 7th. And I wasn't really agreeing with these people who were saying that it's a genocide. But then it didn't take me very long to say, okay, this is all right, fine. You know, this was allowed to happen. October the 7th was allowed to happen to so that Israel could greenlight a genocide and greenlight war crimes. And so I threw that idea out the window, that idea of self-defense out the window, and that was that. So, I mean, I listen, from a very young age, through middle school, through high school, fast forwarding into now, I have gone through a very long journey, a very long ideological journey when it comes to Israel and when it comes to just my worldview in general. So I've gone through a very, very long process of, I guess you could say, ideological evolution. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. And I still think Israel is going to have a civil war, and I still think that eventually Israel will be destroyed, and there's going to be another Holocaust. And I still believe that Hitler is making a comeback and will be making a further comeback. And I still believe that Nazism will be revived. And I still believe that eventually there's going to be Holocaust 2.0. And just as the Holocaust that happened in the 1940s was done by the Germans and other Europeans in the name of fighting Bolshevism, I believe that Holocaust 2.0 will be done in the name of fighting Israeli supremacism. So there you go. Hold on a second. I'm going to read your guys' comments because how long was I talking for? 1 hour. Wow, that's crazy. An hour of talking. Well, listen, that's what the whole live stream is, guys. It's an hour. It's me talking for hours. That's what this whole live stream is. Let's see here. I'll read your guys' comments. I love this music. It's so beautiful. I could listen to this music every day. And I listen to this music almost every day. It never gets old for me. Thank you for telling this story. I appreciate that, Bianca. I'm glad you like the fact that I told the story. I said initially, I said, I'm just going to retell the story, but I'm going to give you guys a shorter version, and I ended up just talking for an hour straight. But yeah, that's my, I guess you could say, yes. Slavrion Beduinka says black pilled. Absolutely, yeah. It was a very long process. People don't realize that when you are raised in Zionism at a very young age, and I was raised into it at a very young age. My dad converted in 1993. I was 3 years old. I was born in 1990, so I was 3 years old. So when you're raised into Zionism at a very, very young age, it's very difficult to get out of it. So it took years. It took years, and even after I became disillusioned with Israel, I still held some remnant of some support for Israel. And that's what people don't understand about the whole Charlie Kirk thing. And I noticed this this phenomenon online. So Charlie Kirk, not too long before he was murdered, he was beginning to break down in his pro-Israel position. He was telling Megyn Kelly, I'm getting all this pressure from these Israeli Jewish Zionist funders. I'm getting pressure from stakeholders and Israeli leaders. I'm getting all this pressure from pro-Israel people and funders and all this stuff, and I don't like this. And he said that I have less freedom to criticize Israel than the average Israeli citizen does. This is what he said. And he was just talking about all this pressure he was getting. And people say, oh, but he was still pro-Israel. He was still pro-Israel. And Nick Fuentes has pushed this all the time. He keeps emphasizing on this, and people talk about this letter that was supposedly sent from Kirk to Netanyahu. And I read the letter. I read it. And maybe he did write it, maybe he didn't. There's some people saying, well, he didn't really write it. I think this was all fabricated. And you're probably right. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me in the least that the whole thing is a fabrication. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that Kirk wrote that letter. It still doesn't completely refute my speculation about what was happening behind Kirk's murder. It still doesn't refute it, because I said, okay, let's just recap here. Let's go back into conspiracy land here. Kirk was murdered. The day that he was murdered, I did a video. The video blew up. I did not expect it to blow up. Honestly, I thought the video was going to get 2,000 views tops, but the damn thing ended up getting hundreds of thousands of views. That's what happened. That's the way the ball bounces. That's out of my control. But I did a video expressing my speculation around what was happening around Kirk's murder. And I said, listen, Kirk was beginning to break. Kirk was talking about Epstein's connection to the Mossad. Now, I did acknowledge in my video that Kirk is pro-Israel. I did say that. I said Kirk is pro-Israel. Kirk has been providing apologetics for Israel's slaughterhouse in Gaza. But, keep this in mind. Keep this in your brains. Kirk was still saying things that was angering his donors. Because when it comes to Zionist donors, and just Zionists in general, pro-Israel people in general, one remark that you may perceive as being just a simple observation is seen as a very, very big deal, a very detrimentally big deal in the eyes of the Zionist. So if you're getting Zionist money, let's say some Zionist billionaire is giving you $100,000 a year so that you can go to college campuses and talk about how great Israel is. And let's say that you sincerely believe what you're saying is true. I'm not saying in this hypothetical situation that you're a liar or that you're a fake or whatever. I'm saying you legitimately believe that Israel's great. So I'm a pro-Israel billionaire. I give you $100,000 a year so you can go to college campuses to talk about how great Israel is, right? That's your job, to talk about how great Israel is. And you're doing it. You're doing a great job. But then the whole Epstein thing happens. The whole Epstein story breaks out, and all these people are talking about Epstein's connection to the Mossad, Ghislaine Maxwell's connection to the Mossad, and Epstein's ties to the Israeli government, etc., and how politicians have gotten blackmailed by Epstein, and there's an Epstein Island, and Epstein turns out that Epstein was just he was a sexual predator. He was preying on young girls, and he was doing all sorts of criminal activities, and he had a lot of ties to all these billionaires and all these American politicians. And why don't the Democrats want to release the Epstein files? Why don't the Republicans want to release the Epstein files? What the hell is happening here? Is our government totally being blackmailed by this Mossad asset named Epstein? What's going on here? And you, this Zionist-backed speaker, who sincerely is pro-Israel, start to look into the Epstein-Mossad connections. Now, you're still pro-Israel, but you're just looking at the Epstein connections, right? And you're thinking about this. You're like, man, this is true. What is happening here? What is going on here, right? So then, one day you're doing a show, you're doing a talk or whatever, and you bring up Epstein. And you said, I think Epstein's connected to the Mossad. I think that's possible. Now, during this time, you are the #1 most popular speaker for America's conservative youth. And they're listening to you. Millions of people listening to you. And they're hearing you, Mr. Zionist-backed speaker, talking about Epstein. What are they going to do? If they haven't heard about Epstein, they're going to look into it. And that's going to lead them down a very, very deep rabbit hole. They're going to start looking at Dave Smith. They're going to start looking at Tucker Carlson. They're going to start looking at Nick Fuentes. They're going to start looking at Myron, whoever. They're going to start looking at all this talk about Epstein, the Mossad, Israel, they're going to start looking at the Israel lobby. They may start reading Mearsheimer's book, the Pro-Israel Lobby, which is an amazing book. They're going to read about the lobby. They're going to read about how Israel's lobby has undue influence. They're going to read about AIPAC. They're definitely going to start reading about AIPAC. And now you, being the number one conservative speaker for America's conservative youth, are leading the American conservative youth down this rabbit hole. Just by that alone. Just by that. I don't give a shit. You're pro-Israel. You love Netanyahu. You think Israel's not doing genocide. Whatever. That doesn't matter to me. As the pro-Israel billionaire, that doesn't mean shit to me. At this point, it doesn't mean anything to me. Because right now, you're a threat. Because you have just told millions of young people, mainly young men, about Epstein. And maybe at this point, the only people that these young men have been hearing about this stuff from are people like Fuentes and others. But now you, the biggest speaker for the conservative youth, are talking about Epstein and the Mossad. And maybe you're talking about how October the 7th was allowed to happen. And now you have, whether you know it or not, you have just legitimized what these people who are labeled as anti-Semites have been saying. You are now a threat. Doesn't matter how many times you've used the word Judeo-Christian. It doesn't matter how many times you've said, oh, I love Israel, and I love the Sabbath, and I love using the word Judeo-Christian. I love the Old Testament. I love the Torah. I love the Jewish prophets. None of that means anything to me. Because now you are you are at the forefront of leading America's youth down that same rabbit hole that people like Dave Smith and people like Tucker and others have been leading people into. You're now part of the problem. In other words, you are counterproductive to me because I got you, Mr. Zionist speaker, to support Israel and to counter these voices that are critical of Israel on the right, people like Tucker, etc. But now you are legitimizing a lot of what these guys have been saying. You are now a threat. You're a threat. So what could have happened, right? This is just speculation. But it's possible that Mossad did its thing to hit two birds with one stone. You remove Charlie before he further goes down the rabbit hole of disillusionment with Israel, and you make a martyr out of him. And perhaps that's the reason why. As soon as he was shot, Netanyahu was praising him. Israel said, hey, we got a Charlie Kirk Plaza. Ben Gvir was praising him. It's very strange behavior. Very strange behavior. Mark Levine did a whole thing praising Charlie Kirk, even though 4 days before his murder, Mark Levine and Ben Shapiro were talking shit about Charlie Kirk, saying, well, you have these conservatives who are organizing these events for America's conservative youth, and they're inviting these supposed America firsters who are just really terrible people. Who was doing that? Did not Charlie Kirk do that in freaking July of this year? And did that not piss off all of Kirk's Zionist funders? Now let's go back to this letter. So you have this letter supposedly written by Kirk. Some people say that they think it's fabricated, right? But it's supposedly written by Kirk, and it's addressed to Netanyahu. Was it fabricated? Did the Israelis make it up? Possibly. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Kirk actually wrote that letter. It don't matter. You know why? And it doesn't bring to naught my speculation. It doesn't refute my speculation. It doesn't. It doesn't render my speculation to nothing. It does not. Why do I say that? Because let's just say he did write the letter. Kirk bringing up Mossad and Epstein and October the 7th being allowed to happen by the Israeli government, and Kirk saying, hey, I don't want Israel to do war crimes, and Kirk saying, hey, I think bombing Iran is a bad idea. All of these statements are enough to get any Zionist backer mad. That's it. Bottom line. Because those statements, given how much influence Kirk had, were a threat to the pro-Israel narrative that Israel wants all Americans to subscribe to. That is the bottom line. That is the bottom freaking line. Well, he was still pro-Israel and he was still don't mean shit. It doesn't mean shit. Because there's several things that I want to say about this, and I'm trying to arrange my thoughts as best as I can. But when you're getting Zionist money, they want you to be on board all the way. There's no such thing as, well, here's $1 million, and you can say some criticism of Israel. That's fine. Just don't say that you're a pro-Palestine. Like that's not how it works. There's no leeway when it comes to Israel. There is no leeway. You get money. Could be $1 million, could be 70,000. You disagree, you dissent on one hair, they're going to cut off the money. They get mad at you. I know this for a fact because I've experienced it myself. We were getting funded $70,000 a year from this Zionist billionaire couple. We said a few things about the gay agenda. Boom. We're going to cut off the funds. It wasn't even about Israel. It was just about the gay agenda. Why would they get so mad about me talking about the gay agenda? Because Israel was part of the gay agenda. That's the reason why. Because ultimately speaking, whether you like it or not, to be pro-Israel, to be fully on board with Israel, also involves being pro-Sodom and Gomorrah. Because Israel is one of the most pro-Sodom countries on earth. So if you're going to be totally on board with Israel, you got to be pro-Sodom. That's why you see so many of these gay, quote-unquote gay conservatives. That's why you see so many of them. Because Sodom and Israel are like this. They're like hand in glove, so to speak, okay? So Kirk, so Fuentes and these guys, they could say, well, it's true that Kirk was sort of dissenting here and there, but for the most part, he was totally pro-Israel. It doesn't matter. If you dissent on one thing, that's enough to get them mad. Then they get mad. If you bring up, for example, I did a debate with a Jewish guy, a Hasbarist, a couple of weeks ago. And I mentioned the fact that Megyn Kelly brought up the connection between the Mossad and Epstein. Now, I was simply trying to make a point to this guy. The point that I was trying to convey to this guy was the pro-Israel people accuse people of anti-Semitism, even when for anything. Pro-Israel people, Zionists, they will accuse other people of being anti-Semitic over anything. If somebody says, hey, I think Israel should stop killing kids, you're an anti-Semite. And this is what I told the guy. I said, Megyn Kelly, this is how crazy you people are. This is how nuts and unhinged you people are. Megyn Kelly said, yeah, I think there's a tie between Epstein and Mossad. Boom. Megyn Kelly was accused of being an anti-Semite. And just by me mentioning that in this debate, this Hasbarist guy, this pro-Israel guy, he starts saying, but it's anti-Semitic. It is anti-Semitic. It is anti-Semitic. And I'm like, you're proving my point. We're seeing my point happening in real time with you talking like this. If someone just says, I think Epstein had ties to the Mossad, you're an anti-Semite. You're this, you're that, you're this. So when I say all Kirk had to do was bring up Mossad and Epstein to get these donors mad, I'm right. I am correct. I'm not wrong. I know what I'm talking about. That's how these people are. That's how they are. Now, here is another thing that I want to mention in regards to Kirk and his pro-Israel donors and all that. Kirk was raised to be pro-Israel. He was raised to be pro-Israel. If you ever look at Charlie Kirk's first interviews, when he was in his 20s. He was very young. And this is not me insulting him at all. So don't take this as an insult to him. I'm not insulting the dead here. This is just my own observation. And I will say this right now. It takes one to know one. But Charlie Kirk looked very autistic. I'm going to say it right now. I could be wrong. But when I see the earlier videos of Kirk and the way he talked and the way his whole cadence, everything about him, he looked like he was on the, I could be wrong, but he looked like he was socially awkward and that he was on the lighter side of the autism spectrum. So maybe Asperger's. And I don't mean this as an insult, because back in 1996, I was told by a medical specialist from the state of California that I had Asperger's syndrome. So, and they had me go to all these different therapists for a number of years. I had to go to occupational therapy and I had to go to speech therapy for years, and I hated it. But they said that I had Asperger's and I needed therapy and all this crazy shit. So that's where my perspective is coming from. Charlie Kirk, this is my assessment of Charlie Kirk. I think Charlie Kirk was a socially awkward, possibly autistic, I could be wrong, possibly autistic young man who was naive as to how things worked in the donor world. He was not completely naive. I think he began to wake up to what was happening. Very intelligent guy, don't get me wrong. Good debater, very intelligent guy. But I think he started out from I think he began from a place of naivete, not understanding how these things work. And I don't blame him. I can't blame him, because I was in a similar position and I was very naive to how all that stuff works. I was very naive to how the whole donor system works and I was very naive as to why they give you money in the first place. I was very naive to the reality that these donors give you money to control you. I was very naive to all this stuff. I was very naive as to how evil Israel is. I was very naive as to how evil these pro-Israel donors are. I was very naive and oblivious to the pro-Israel lobby, right? I mean, I was very young. I didn't know much of anything. But looking at Charlie Kirk's earlier videos, I could tell just my impression of him is that he was a socially awkward young man. This probably wasn't the case when he was older, because he had more experience in life. But if you look at his earlier videos, when he was talking to the media, he was very, very tight, very rigid, and he looked very socially awkward and possibly autistic. I could be wrong. By autistic, I don't mean retarded. I mean like Asperger's. Okay, so lighter in the autism spectrum. And I think that he was just very oblivious to how a lot of these things were. And I think he was raised to be very pro-Israel, because if you look at his earlier videos, he would talk about our Judeo-Christian values. He would use that type of terminology. The term Judeo-Christian is a very early 2000s type of thing. Maybe the term itself was coined before the early 2000s. I don't know when exactly it was coined. But the term Judeo-Christian was very popular in the early 2000s, possibly in the late 90s, but I don't know. But I remember in the early 2000s hearing that term all the freaking time. Like our Judeo-Christian civilization, Judeo-Christian. It was very popular. And so the whole thing about Judeo-Christian, that term was very popular. And it was popular because in the early 2000s, Israel was a very bipartisan issue. The majority of Democrats were pro-Israel, the majority of Republicans, the overwhelming majority of Republicans. We're talking 80+% of Republicans were pro-Israel. Very, very popular. Israel was very popular. And so a lot of Americans were raised to be pro-Israel. And it can be very difficult to get out of that, because you think that's what God wants and you think that that's the right thing. And it takes time for people to break out of that. And I think that not too long before Charlie was murdered, I think he began to break out of it. I think he was beginning to get red-pilled on Israel. I truly believe that. Because he was saying things, he was observing things that I had began to observe in the 20 teens, in the early 20 teens. So, for example, there's a clip of Charlie talking about how pro-Israel, or for lack of better words, Jewish donors are behind all of the liberal causes, abortion, feminism, all this stuff, open borders. He said that Jewish donors are behind all of them. And he was correct. He was right. He wasn't wrong about that. He was beginning to see exactly what I began to see in the early 2010s. Bottom line, he was beginning to see it. And like I've said, it takes one to know one. And I truly believe that if Kirk was never murdered, and that he was allowed to live a long time, he was permitted to live a long time, I think that Kirk would have eventually just been freaking black-pilled about the whole thing. I truly believe that. So people say, well, he was still pro-Israel. Yeah, he was. That shit takes time. That takes time. When you're totally brought up in that world, it takes time to be totally black-pilled on it. Of course he was still pro-Israel. Of course he was. Listen, I was pro-Israel when this Jewish billionaire couple was pissed off at me. I was pro-Israel. And you know what? It meant fuck all to these people. Because what mattered to them was me not talking about the gay agenda, because me talking about the gay agenda would have meant eventually me criticizing Israel for Israel's pro-Sodom policy. Do you see what I'm saying here? So what they are terrified of is not just someone saying, oh, Intifada, pro-Palestine, free Palestine. That's not the only thing that terrifies them. What they're terrified of also is someone just leading a bunch of people down one rabbit hole that would lead people to become disillusioned with Israel. That's what terrifies them. Just doing something like criticizing the gay agenda, that could get these guys scared. Just saying Mossad may have had a connection with Epstein, boom, that gets these people worried. Because, well, what if they start reading about the Israel lobby? What if they start reading about politicians being blackmailed by Israel? Oh my God, what's going to happen? That could actually be to our own detriment. So at that point, Kirk was no longer an asset. He was a liability. At that point, he had become a liability. And I'll tell you something else that I've never told anyone before. I've never given this story to you guys ever. This is the first time. In 2013, I converted to Catholicism. I started reading about Catholicism when I was in high school, slowly. Again, it takes time. So during my summer break between my junior year and senior year, I started reading about Catholicism. And I wasn't even planning on becoming Catholic. I was just reading this book on medieval history. And that got me interested in Christianity, and it got me interested in Catholicism. And that was in 2007. And then when I got out of high school, I started reading more about it. And I just kept reading it. And I started reading Augustine, City of God. I started reading Tertullian. And I started reading Clement of Alexandria. I started reading John of Damascus. And I started reading all these guys. And I just said, you know what? This is true. This Protestant evangelical Christianity is bullshit. And I became a Catholic. And my father decided to also become a Catholic, because in those years of me reading about Catholicism, I had been telling him a lot about Catholicism. And he got convinced and said, you're right. And he became a Catholic. And my father told these billionaire funders, like, hey, I became a Catholic. And before these funders fully pulled out all the money, they asked my dad to write an autobiography. They said, we would like you to write an autobiography on your life, and we will fund the writing of the book. So my father spent a lot of time on this autobiography, and a huge part of the autobiography was his journey to Catholicism. And the Jewish billionaire couple saw the manuscript, and they saw the chapter on my dad's journey to Catholicism. And they said, you got to take that out. because we don't want to promote Catholicism. And my dad said, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not taking it out. So they invited my dad to this dinner event in Los Angeles. And and I wasn't there, but my dad told me what happened. And during this dinner event, there were all these Hasbarists that were there, pro-Israel people were all there, all this bullshit, just all this garbage. And the billionaire couple was there. They were running the whole dinner. It was their meeting. And they started pressuring my dad even more. Hey, enough of this Catholicism stuff. Hey, none of this Catholic stuff. We don't want any of that Catholic stuff here. And they were just outright anti-Catholic. They outright hated Catholicism. And my dad told them, you're Jewish. And you're talking about the Holocaust. They talked about the Holocaust all the time. And not too long before my dad told this billionaire lady what I'm about to tell you, this billionaire couple, the billionaire guy's wife, starts crying because she said, I read this book about this girl who survived the Holocaust, and it was terrible, and she was becoming emotional. But then the pressure recommenced. Hey, got to take out that thing about Catholicism. And my dad told her, you're a Jew. You're Jewish, right? And you're very focused on the Holocaust. The history of the Holocaust means a lot to you. Well, Pope Pius XII saved hundreds of thousands of Jews from the Nazis. So you're so anti-Catholic, but the fact that the Pope Pius XII, saved hundreds of thousands of Jews must mean something to you, yes? And this Jewish billionaire's wife looked at my dad and said, I don't care. That's what she said. She said, I don't care how many Jews he saved. I still hate the Catholic Church. Yeah. And she still began to pressure. She still continued to pressure my father to delete all of the entire section in which he recounted his journey to Catholicism. And my dad said, no, it's not going to happen. And they canceled the deal. They canceled the plans that they had to publish this book, and that was the end of it. And that was the last time we ever heard from those people, and that was that. So it wasn't just the Sodom issue, but it was also the Catholic issue. Now, ask yourself, and guess what? My dad, at this time, was disillusioned with Israel to a certain extent, but he still retained some of his pro-Israel positions. But that meant nothing to this billionaire lady. It meant nothing. It meant fuck all. Because what mattered was us not talking about the LGBT agenda and us not talking about Catholicism. That's what mattered to her. Now, why would she care if we talked about Catholicism, right? If we were somewhat still pro-Israel, why would it matter if we talked about Catholicism? The reason why it matters is because they know the moment you start getting into Catholicism, that's when you start saying that the church is actually Israel. That's when you start saying that Israel is not the modern day state of Israel. The true Israel is the church. That's a threat. So Catholicism is a threat, right? Orthodox Christianity is a threat to Zionism. And being critical of the Sodom agenda is also a threat to the pro-Israel project. And if just those things are threats, even though those things are not talking about Mossad links with Epstein, imagine how threatened Kirk's donors were when he starts talking about Epstein. This is what I mean when I say any little deviation from the pro-Israel narrative is seen as a threat by these people. This is what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And this was part of our journey. This was part of our journey of disillusionment when it came to Israel. And it took years. So you could say, well, Kirk was still pro-Israel all you want, and I'll agree with you, but it still doesn't mean anything. Because all that meant is that he was brought up to be pro-Israel, and he was beginning to break, just like I began to break at one point. And even though he was beginning to break, he was still retaining some of his pro-Israel positions, because when you are brought up in that world, it takes a very long time to get out of it. It takes years to get out of it. That's the bottom line. And anyone who wants to disagree with me on that, that's fine. If you want to sit here and say, no, we think that, if you want to sit there and think, well, no, I think that Charlie's donors still loved Charlie, regardless of what he was saying, I will just say this with all due respect. You know fuck all about how Jewish donors operate. I'll just put it that way. You know fuck all. And all due respect. With all love and kindness, you know fuck all about how pro-Israel donors work. And you know fuck all, with all due respect, about how they use money to control people. I'll just put it that way. That's it. I'll read more of your guys' comments here. Hold on. Hold on a second, guys. You got. There's a lot of comments here, so I'm gonna try to read as many of them as I can. I'm gonna try to read all of them, but I'm just scrolling up. How many people? 160. Not bad. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna read your guys' comments. Hold on. A lot of comments. Hot damn. Let's see here. His letter just said the obvious, that Israel is losing the information war. That's true. Yep. That's exactly what his letter was saying, but people used that letter to say that that he was still pro-Israel. It's like, okay. But he was also seeing that Israel was losing the war, the information war, and he was also seeing that the whole Hasbara project was complete bullshit, which is exactly what we all see, by the way. Let's see here. Let's see here. I stay blazing. Okay. Before being Catholic, what was your religion? I was basically an evangelical, non-denominational evangelical. I was a cradle Catholic, First Communion. All right. There's a top chat button. And then there's a live chat button. I'm trying to just get all your comments here. Say hi to Pal Sear. Okay. Yeah, Palestinians been on here for a while. The Israelis treat Palestinians as subhuman. Well, Arab Palestinians are not subhuman. I meet them. They are. Yep, you're absolutely correct. I trust an Arab over my method up Southern redneck. I completely agree with you, Mr. James, the philosopher. Charlie Kirk started going to mass. Yeah, I heard about that. And you know, when you get into Catholicism, you have no choice but to conclude, if you're really a Catholic, or if you're really Eastern Orthodox, you have no choice but to conclude that the church is Israel. Let's see here. Love you too, my brother, the blessed peacemaker. Let's see here. That's why I chose Catholicism, because they care for all and not corrupted. After First Communion, like 6 years old for me, I was done. Okay, let's see here. Blessed are the peacemakers. Okay, Franciscan Ustashi massacred many Orthodox Serbs. Yeah, I heard about the Ustasha. Yeah, I'm familiar with that history. I got nothing against Catholics, really, but I do love my Syriac Orthodox Church and try to maintain good relations. I can't blame you. I'm not denying the Holocaust, however, I don't know how much is true, as I can't trust. Well, we know that the Holocaust happened, and we do know that it was horrific, and a lot of people were killed. I mean, it's just, there's just so much documentation for the Holocaust, it's impossible to deny it. Was it exactly 6 million? Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'll give it to you this way. There is, if you read some of the more recent works on the Holocaust, they don't always put 6 and 6 zeros they will put 5 point something million. Round it off to 6 million. That's not really that's not Holocaust denial. That's just giving it, or trying to give an exact number. But definitely Nazism is evil, and it killed a lot of people, and it was quite horrendous. Let's see here. Zio Billionaire, very ungrateful. Let's see. I like the songs, though, of Baptist. Okay. You can't chill enough as a goy. That's correct. The Syriac manuscripts were a huge basis for the Bible we know today. The Assyrians were some of the Christians on the earth. Okay. Yeah, Christianity came to Syria during the time of Christ. We have a king, a Syrian king. I forgot his name, but he was the king of Odessa, and he received a letter from Christ and then converted, and then eventually had a battle with the Persians and defeated the Persians. It's a pretty interesting story. All Roman Catholics running the concentration camps? Not entirely, no. A lot of those Nazis were pagans, or they were Lutherans. The overwhelming majority of German Protestants supported Hitler. The overwhelming majority of Catholics did not. There were Catholics who did support Hitler, and but when it came to Germany, support for Hitler amongst Catholics was pretty low. I lived as a Catholic, church, school, sacrament, feast days, Mary worship, on and on. It ruined my life, etc. I have a lot of issues with the Vatican, don't get me wrong. It's not so much theological as it is just the evils that institution has done and has covered up for. For example, Iraq was a lie and they spun facts. I give you, in old days, they used to delude people. Deluce people. If anyone's seen film Shawshank Redemption, Andy is caked on white powder, so how much can you spend? I don't... Oh, you're talking about the chambers, I'm guessing. Yeah, the gas chambers were definitely real, and they were used to kill people. They call it replacement theology. Yeah, I know. They try to spin it and say, oh, you're doing replacement theology. Listen, the only people who are doing replacement theology are the people who accuse other people of doing replacement theology, because those people, those Zionist Christian people, what they want to do is they want to replace the church with Israel. That's what they want to do. Aren't there 1 billion Catholics? I think so. Or maybe somewhere close to that number. Exactly, Ted. There is Israel, and then there is Israel of God. That's correct. Yeah, there's the Israel of heaven, and there's the fleshly, earthly Israel. The Bible is not necessary. It is. The Book of Eli is all about Palestine? Really? The movie with Denzel Washington? Can you explain more? I'm interested, because I really love that movie. Notice how all these Protestant churches, including Lutheran, are now, yeah, absolutely, Sodom-friendly, absolutely. Let's see here, supersessionism and the fact that it's biblical. Yeah, it's a cult. He memorizes the Bible in the Book of Eli. Yeah. Let's see, Jesuits and goblins. Okay. 2 billion Muslims versus a bit more 1 billion Catholics. There's more, I think there's more Christians and Muslims, but the Muslims are, they're getting there. And now Rome claiming that Catholics and Muslims worship the same God and that Jews have their own separate covenant. Rome welcomed Sodom into the Vatican. Yeah, I know. I'm very aware of all of this stuff. Like and subscribe. Yes, like and subscribe, guys. It does help the channel when you do that. And when you like and subscribe, it incentivizes the algorithm to push this channel further, to widen the core audience for the channel. Let's see here. The men of Nineveh will rise up at the judgment with this generation and condemn it, for they repented at the preaching of Jonah. That's a very good point. I'm going to use that verse next time someone wants to sit there and say, actually, no, it was the Romans who killed Christ. Let's see here. He was paid to be pro-Israel. That's correct. He was, but I think he was sincerely pro-Israel for years. I think he was very pro-Israel for years. Just because you're paid to say something doesn't mean you don't believe what you're saying. So, for example, my dad was speaking in support of Israel for years before he met any donors. And those donors came and said, we'll support you. And my dad said, cool. But my dad still sincerely believed in what he was saying. That's the thing. So just because you're paid to say something doesn't mean that you're being disingenuous, or it doesn't mean that you're being insincere. It just means that somebody is supporting you. Somebody is being your patron. That's what that means. You as a speaker, the way a lot of speakers see it is, hey, great. These people support me. They like what I'm saying. Awesome. And they accept the donation because it helps them. It really is that simple. When we were being funded, we weren't sitting there saying, well, we gotta, we have to say this because we want to get kosher money. That's not what we were doing. Now, I was told by a hosberist that I needed to stop talking about the gay agenda or else I was going to lose the money. That guy was basically saying, you need to say this if you want to get the money. That guy was pushing me to be disingenuous, but I wasn't willing to be disingenuous. Gazan children memorize the Quran. Okay. That's a very common thing in Islamic society. In film Shawshank Redemption, Andy is hosed down and deloused with powder. Okay, I got that. Okay. That doesn't change the fact that people were put into gas chambers and were gassed to death. Learning it easy? It's not. It's very difficult. It's actually a lot more difficult to change your mind on things, and it's a lot more difficult to correct yourself than it is to just stay where you're at. The Palestinian Kufiyya is the main character of the Book of Eli, not Denzel. I've never heard this interpretation of the Book of Eli. That is quite fascinating. Book of Eli. That's a really good movie, by the way. Let's see here. Does he have a kafia on? Hold up. I don't see it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just not seeing it in photos. That's a beautiful movie, by the way. I love that movie. It's one of my favorite films. I'm not seeing it. You mentioned that in your pro-Israel period, you simply hadn't taken the time to focus on what Israel was doing to Palestinians. Can you explain why did you think Palestinians were fighting then? So here's the thing is when my father was involved in Palestinian activism and when my father was growing up in the West Bank, guys, it was pretty common to hear things like death to the Jews, let's kill the Yahud, right? Here is the thing about the pro-Palestine movement and the pro-Israel movement. And this is a problem for both sides here. Both sides ignore the evils that they do, and they only focus on the evils of the opposing side. So the pro-Israel people, they don't give a fuck about the evils that Israel does. They don't even think about it. They don't look at it. If you bring it up to them, they say that you're lying. The pro-Palestine people don't talk about the bad things that Palestinians have done. Certain Palestinians have done. They don't. So this is the problem with both sides. It's a both sides argument? Yeah, it is, because sometimes it really is that simple. Sometimes it is a situation where both sides are doing the same bad thing. Yeah. When you're pro-Israel, you don't really focus on the bad things that Israel is doing. You're oblivious to them. You don't even, because you sincerely believe that Israel is the right side. You believe the Hasbra talking points of this is a civilizational war and Israel is on the side of civilization. You believe that. And when some Palestinian guy pulls out a knife and stabs a bunch of Israelis, that's what you focus on. You go on your favorite news websites and you're looking at the pro-Israel news and you read, oh, Palestinian guy stabbed a bunch of Israelis. Oh, that's what I'm going to focus on. It's like what happened in the UK recently. You had supposedly a Syrian guy stabbed to death 2 Jews at a synagogue. I mean, there are people who would say that that's a great thing. They are people who are pro-Palestine who would look at that story and say, awesome, amazing. I'm not one of those people. I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's an evil thing to do. Regardless of what Israel is doing, it doesn't justify someone going into a synagogue and stabbing people to death. So if I'm pro-Israel, I'm just going to focus on that story. And someone who is hardcore pro-Palestine isn't going to focus on that story, is going to have little to no focus on that story. Not going to care about that. Some Hosberus comes up on my chat and says, well, did you hear about this synagogue stabbing? The person who says this has an agenda. He wants me to focus on just the evils that Palestinians do, but not the evils that Israelis do. That's the thing. So that's what you have to keep in mind. People who are pro-Palestine, people like Finkelstein, does Finkelstein ever talk about bad things that certain Palestinians have done? No, he doesn't. He never mentions it. Or he rarely ever mentions it. When he does mention it, he tries to justify it somehow. Because he's a provocateur at the end of the day. A lot of these pro-Palestine people are provocateurs. That's one thing that you have to keep in mind. There's provocateurs on both sides. And there are people on both sides who have agendas that aren't entirely concerned about the well-being of Palestinians. They use the suffering of the Palestinians for some other sort of revolutionary idea, maybe Marxism, whatever. So that's one thing that you have to keep in mind. When you're raised to be pro-Israel, you believe that Israel is the civilized side. Israel is the civilized side. Now, I remember many years ago when I was in high school reading about Baruch Goldstein. Yeah, I read about Baruch Goldstein, and I read about how this Baruch Goldstein psychopath went into a mosque and mowed down a bunch of people. And I remember bringing this up with my dad. I said, Dad, have you ever heard of this Baruch Goldstein story? He said, yeah. And I felt terrible about it. I felt inside of myself, I felt terrible about what happened to these people in this mosque. And I was in high school. And I said, I mean, this is terrible. And my dad said, yeah, it is. But it's not the policy of the Israeli government. This is just what one psychopath did. We can't say that this is what the Israeli government wants. This is just the action of a lone murderer. But then as you get older and as you read more about this stuff, you realize, no, Baruch Goldstein was a part of a vast culture in Israel that was vicious and was evil. So that's the thing is there's evil has been done by both sides. This is something that you can't deny. The problem is that both sides ignore the wrongdoing of their own respective sides, and they just want to focus on the wrongdoing of the oppositions. And that's it. Is Tucker, Megyn Kelly, Fuentes genuine in their criticism of Israel? I don't know. I think Tucker is genuine. I'm not sure about Fuentes. That Fuentes guy, I don't like him. That's my impression. I think the guy's a weirdo. Let's see here. Genesis 12 is what is twisted by evangelicals. Yep, that's correct. Interesting to know that you are half Palestinian. Do you consider visiting Palestine? I've thought about it, but I don't really know if it's a good idea. The Palestinian kufiya is a fishing net and olive leaves. Yep, I know. 163. I know. 163 viewers by the gods. That's a lot. Yeah, it is. You're going to get 1,000 soon. Trust me. Appreciate that, sir. Why doesn't Trump stand up to AIPAC? Because they have him by the balls. Because they donated hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, I don't know about AIPAC, but I know that Adelman gave, I want to say, over 200 million to Trump's campaign. And it's possible that Donald Trump is completely compromised and that he's being completely blackmailed and that they have dirt on them, and that's how they control these politicians. It's totally possible that's the case. Because when I look at Trump, I see a guy who looks very debauched. He doesn't have that oomph and that spunk that he had during his first term. He looks very flaccid, and he looks very debauched and limp. And I'll be honest with you, the whole Trump's second term has so far been a very flat, jejune, boring, bland disappointment. It's very limp. There's no energy. There's nothing. And there's a lot of just blatant bullshit. For example, Donald Trump telling people to stop talking about Epstein. I mean, that was just the most blatant example of how full of shit this whole thing really is. It's just the most blatant example I've ever seen. Because this guy had been talking about Epstein, and Pam Bondi said, I have the Epstein files. And then there's Donald Trump saying, stop talking about it. And what do you think people are going to do when Trump says, stop talking about Epstein? They're going to talk more about Epstein. Bottom line, they're just going to talk more about it. And they're going to talk more about it they're going to talk not only more about it, but they're going to talk more about it with more enthusiasm. And at the same time, they're going to be questioning why you are telling people to stop talking about it. What interest do you have to get people to stop talking about Epstein? What's going on here, Trump? So the whole thing is very flaccid and very flat, and just a big disappointment so far. And all I see is Zionism. Zionism all day, every day. That's all I'm saying from this Trump guy. He talks about peace in Gaza, and then he says, kill the Palestinians. He talks about peace in Gaza, kill the Palestinians. Remove the entire Gazan population out of Gaza. And it's like this guy is just doing the bidding of Adelson and AIPAC. But you know, guys, AIPAC is going down, and you're beginning to see the beginning of the end of AIPAC, and you're beginning to see the beginning of the trend of really the downfall of AIPAC. In fact, guys, I want to show you guys this article. This is from the New York Times. This was published very recently. And this is an article about the decline of AIPAC. Yeah. It's pretty fascinating to read this, guys. It really is fascinating. And I want to read this to you guys. And the title of this article is Democrats Pull Away from AIPAC, Reflecting a Broader Shift. A quiet retreat by Democrats from the preeminent pro-Israel lobbying group is the latest evidence of a realignment underway in Congress on Israel. So you're beginning to see it, albeit it is happening slowly. You are beginning to see this trend really, really ascending. This trend against AIPAC ascending. And so it says here, I'm going to read this to you guys. It says here, for 17 years, Representative Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat of New York and the minority leader, has been taking polite meetings with J Street, the center-left lobbying group that promotes a two-state solution in the Middle East. But in all those years of relationship building, Mr. Jeffries never sought the group's endorsement. So he's been working with this center-left Jewish lobbying group called J Street, but he never accepted J Street's endorsement. Why? Because Mr. Jeffries has been getting endorsements from AIPAC up the roof. And so it says here that he never accepted or he never sought after an endorsement from J Street, and it says here he was more closely associated with AIPAC, the hardline pro-Israel lobbying organization that has long supported him financially. So AIPAC has got this guy, AIPAC has really gotten Mr. Jeffries by the balls here, but Mr. Jeffries is beginning to slightly turn away from AIPAC. And so it says here that Mr. Jeffries has in the past discouraged lawmakers it backs from aligning themselves formally with a group that holds a different stance on Israel. That changed last month when Mr. Jeffries, for the first time, was open to and accepted J Street's official support. It was a coup for J Street, which is highly critical of the current Israeli government and seeking to establish itself as the mainstream voice about Israel on Capitol Hill. So for the first time ever, Mr. Jeffries has accepted support from J Street, which is to the ire of AIPAC. So we're beginning to see the beginning of the end of AIPAC. We're beginning to see the trend. And you watch. You're already seeing this, albeit slightly, but you are already beginning to see this. Politicians coming out and advertising themselves by saying, I am not backed by AIPAC. We've already seen this a little bit. I'm not backed by AIPAC. This is the beginning of a new trend. And believe me when I say this trend is going to get bigger. It's going to get bigger. Mark my words. This is not the end of this. It's not going to stop here. The train has been set. And so it says here, Mr. Jeffries is so closely associated with the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, that the radio host Charlemagne recently mocked him as AIPAC Shakur. So the fact that he would take such a step is a symbol of a broader sea change occurring in Congress when it comes to Israel and the clout of what has for decades been the most powerful pro-Israel group in American politics. So there is a change that is happening in the political atmosphere in America. A change, really a tide rising up against AIPAC here. And you're seeing it a lot in the Democrat side. Now, why do you think this is? Well, I'll tell you why. Because if you look at the latest Pew Research poll on American support for Israel, it's very clear that 69% of American Democrats are anti-Israel. 69% of Democrats in America are anti-Israel. So that widespread, overwhelming sentiment is going to be seen reflected in the behavior of politicians, in the behavior of Democrat politicians. And so you see Hakeem Jeffries saying, well, I'm going to get the endorsement of this Jewish lobbying group that is actually critical of Israel. And he's never done this before. This is the first time that he has done this, which means we're beginning to see this trend. And you look at the internet, guys, you look at X, you look at YouTube, you look at Facebook, Instagram. What do you see flooding all these social media outlets? What do you see flooding all these social media platforms? Criticism of Israel. Flooding these platforms. Criticism of Israel. So that is going to be seen reflected in the political atmosphere. I've said this before and I'll keep saying it. Politics is downstream from metapolitics. All political trends starts with the metapolitical world. The metapolitical world influences and determines the political world. So the political world is senators, congressmen, the executive branch, the Supreme Court. That's the political world. And that is determined by the metapolitical world. The reason why pro-Israel politicians have dominated American politics for so long is because pro-Israel sentiment has dominated American society for so many decades. You go back to the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, Americans have been overwhelmingly pro-Israel. That's beginning to decline. So, just as changes happening in society always leads to a change in the political world, you are seeing a alteration, you are seeing a shift in the political world when it comes to Israel. And that shift begins in the metapolitical world. The metapolitical world is the world of public opinion, what people are saying. Music can also play a role in the metapolitical world. Culture, what people are saying online, what people are saying amongst themselves, what people are saying in their friend groups, what people are saying in their social circles, what people are saying at work, what movies are saying, right? This is all part of the metapolitical world. And if something gets big enough in the metapolitical world, where you have just a deluge of people saying a particular opinion, that will inevitably be seen in the political world. It's just the way it works. That's the way things have always worked. Robert Hooker, or Richard Hooker, who was a very famous British political thinker, he said that all political systems are determined by the masses. This is what he said. I got the Elden Ring music playing in the back. He said that all political systems, be they parliamentarian or be they monarchist, are determined by the consent of the masses. And he said that even if you have a king, that king's rule is determined by the consent of the masses. If enough people hate the king, they will overthrow the king. If enough of the aristocracy hates the king, they will overthrow the king. That's what happened to Edward II. He was eventually overthrown by the aristocracy. They got rid of him because he was so unpopular. So all government systems, all political systems, all political arrangements are ultimately determined by the masses. And if enough people go against Israel, you're going to see that being reflected in the political realm. It's just a fact. So it says here, with American support for the Israeli government's management of the conflict in Gaza undergoing a seismic reversal and Democratic voters' support for the Jewish state dropping off steeply, like I said, 69% of Democrats do not support Israel, AIPAC is becoming an increasingly toxic brand for some Democrats on Capitol Hill. Now, what have I said numerous times? Israel has already lost the Democrats. They've already lost the Democrats. They've already lost the progressives. They've lost those people. So who are the Israelis banking on? They're banking on the conservatives. The conservatives are their last hope. If they lose the conservatives, they lose everyone. So who are the biggest threats to the Israeli narrative? Who are the biggest threats to the pro-Israel narrative? Tucker Carlson. Megyn Kelly is now seen as a threat. She's seen as doing the bidding of Hamas, as Charlie Kirk said. The Israel First people are seen as a threat. And Charlie Kirk, before he was murdered, was seen as a threat. He was seen as a threat for the Israeli narrative because he was beginning to talk about Epstein and the Mossad. He was beginning to talk about how Israel allowed the October the 7th attack to happen. He was leading people down that rabbit hole. He invited Dave Smith to his event. He invited Tucker Carlson to his event. He invited Tucker Carlson to the TPUSA event in July. And what did Tucker Carlson say in that event? He said any American who fights for the IDF should be stripped of their citizenship. That's what he said. And you saw all these pro-Israel people getting up and walking out of the event as Tucker Carlson was saying that. So they began to see Kirk as a threat. Why? Because Kirk inviting Tucker, Kirk inviting Smith to the TPUSA event meant American conservative youths listening to anti-Israel statements, anti-Israel opinions being expressed. That is a threat to Israel. Because if they lose the conservatives, they lose America. That's why they saw Kirk as a threat. That's why they saw TPUSA, the way it was going down, as a threat. That's why the donors said, we're not going to give money to you anymore, Kirk. They were jumping off the ship. They were abandoning him. Because the whole thing for Israel hinges on the conservatives. They lose the conservatives, they lose Israel. That's it. And so you're seeing everything just going downhill for Israel. They've lost the Democrats. They've lost at least 69% of the Democrats. They've lost the majority of conservatives who are under the age of 30. They've lost the majority of Republicans who are under the age of 50. It's all going down. Now, here is something I wanted to tell you guys about. I was talking about this with my dad last night, and my dad made a very, very good point. Why is it, think about this, why is the algorithm being so friendly to Israel? Why is the algorithm in X so, not friendly to Israel, sorry, let me repeat myself. Why is the algorithm so friendly to anti-Israel opinions? Why is it? Why is it that when I did my video speculating that perhaps Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk's murder, that the algorithm pushed that video to the point where it got hundreds of thousands of views? And if you look at the analytics for that video, you can't look at it unless you have some kind of a program to see YouTube analytics. But if you look at the analytics for that Charlie Kirk video that I did, the one that got hundreds of thousands of views, YouTube recommended that video. Let me actually look at the exact number because I want to give you guys the exact number because I find this whole subject matter very fascinating. I'm going to pull up the analytics here. It got 291,000 views in 3 weeks. How many people did YouTube recommend this video to? 1.7 million people. YouTube recommended that video to 1.7 million people. Why would the algorithm be so generous? Why would YouTube's algorithm, which is controlled by Google, be so generous to a video that goes against the pro-Israel narrative? Ask yourself that. Why is the algorithm so friendly to Candace Owens? Why is the algorithm so friendly to Nick Fuentes? Why is the algorithm so friendly and so generous to Tucker Carlson? Why is the algorithm so generous to Dave Smith? Why? You could say, well, it's because those people's opinions are very popular. Yes, that is correct. I would agree with you. But still, even though they're popular, they still go against this country that the American government has been getting people to support for decades. So why would the algorithm be so helpful to those videos? I have a theory as to why this is. I have a theory. Did somebody call me? Hold on. Okay, whatever. Just got a text. So why? So I'll tell you guys a story. So back in 2014 and 2015, ISIS was running Iraq, and they were killing a lot of people, beheading people, burning people alive, drowning people. Very demonic stuff. Very sick, satanic, demonic stuff. I hated it. Absolutely hated what I was watching. I began to post on ISIS. And when I started posting on ISIS and what ISIS was doing, my posts were getting at least hundreds of thousands of views. Sometimes tens of thousands, but many times they were getting hundreds of thousands of views, sometimes millions of views. And our website, shootbot.com, was getting a ton of views. The algorithm was very, very generous. And we didn't really understand the algorithm or how any of that stuff worked. We just knew that our website was getting a lot of views. Why was the algorithm so friendly to these posts? And it turns out that people who were running in those times, 2014, 2015, 2016, the people who were running pro-MAGA, pro-Trump blogs were getting tons of views. They would just post one article on Facebook. Boom, hundreds of thousands of views, millions of views. It was huge. Why? Something becomes popular in the algorithm because the powers that be want it to become popular. This is my conspiracy theory. This is what I believe. The powers that be, the Pentagon, people in the government, people in the security apparatus, they wanted the news on ISIS to be spread wide and far. They wanted those very disturbing stories to go viral. Why? Because those disturbing stories were used to justify another American bombardment in Iraq. Those disturbing stories were used to revive nationalism in Europe, which is something that the CIA has wanted to do going all the way back to the Cold War's Gladio operation. The United States has been wanting to see a revival of nationalism in Europe for decades. So you had the refugee crisis, you had ISIS killing people at the same time. The European far right was saying, look at what these ISIS guys are doing. This is why we have to have nationalism. And it was very effective. And the funny thing, not the funny thing, I don't want to say any of this stuff is funny because it's not. But the strange thing, the bizarre thing, was that ISIS never attacked Israel. That's the thing about ISIS that was so strange, is that here they were, right? Hardcore Muslims, hardcore Islamists. They're waving the black flag of Islam, but yet never attacked Israel. They accidentally fired on Israel, and they immediately called up Israel, and they apologized to Israel, but they never deliberately attacked Israel. And they were very anti-Palestine. ISIS was very anti-Hamas. People like to say that Hamas and ISIS are the same, but ISIS hated Hamas. So if Hamas was this hardcore Islamist organization, ISIS would have been aligned with them, but they weren't. And in fact, ISIS wanted to destroy Hamas. ISIS hated the pro-Palestine movement because according to ISIS, the pro-Palestine movement was not truly Islamist. And in a way, it's not really entirely Islamist. The pro-Palestine movement is a mixture of secularists and Islamist. You have people in the pro-Palestine movement who have no interest in Islam. They're secularists. They want to see a secular Palestinian state. And a lot of Palestinian people are secularists. A lot of Palestinian people are not hardcore Islamist. They're just not. But ISIS hated them. So it made you wonder what the hell was going on here. And then you look at ISIS's high definition slaughter videos where they're filming themselves killing people in the most brutal ways, but they're filming in a style that's like something out of a Hollywood movie. Very professional cameras, very professional camera work, very professional camera directing. It was like you were watching a movie. How did they get their hands on that? Who was directing all these films? What's going on? Who's doing the editing work? So then it makes you realize, okay, there's some sort of a NATO conspiracy going on here. And that is why the algorithm was pushing for any posts on ISIS to go viral. That's why. That's why Google helped any posts that were on ISIS to go viral. And we all know who controls Google. The government controls Google. Facebook is controlled by the government. And I remember posting stuff on ISIS on my Facebook page, boom, would get tens of thousands of impressions, hundreds of thousands of impressions sometimes on Facebook. Facebook is controlled by the government. What's happening here? What was happening was the government, NATO, the powers that be, whatever you want to call them, the New World Order, whatever you want to call it, wanted people to see what ISIS was doing to spark a nationalistic sentiment in the Western world. And it was also very helpful to Donald Trump's campaign. When Donald Trump was running for his first term, that ISIS stuff, all the stuff about ISIS was greatly helping him. Because he said, look, ISIS, Obama created ISIS. I'm here to fight ISIS. I'm going to fight this. I'm going to fight this. You don't want ISIS in America. And there were all these people on the internet. There were tons of people on the internet talking about ISIS coming to America. Oh my God, ISIS is going to cross the border. We need Donald Trump. And it helped Donald Trump. So the algorithm was actually helping Trump. All the ISIS stuff was helping Trump. All the carnage that ISIS was doing was helping the far right in America and in Europe. And I remember, crazy story, I remember I was in Spain in the spring of 2015. It was either in the spring or early summer, but I was in Spain in 2015, and I was in Madrid for a conservative, basically a conservative youth event. And I did my speech on the importance of Christian identity in the world. Now, I did not promote any sort of European far-right ideology, but I did talk about the importance of Christian identity in order to bring back Christian civilization. And I did my speech, and I sat down, and when the event was this, when all the speaking was over, we had a very nice dinner. They hired a catering service to make dinner for everyone, and there was a beautiful, very delicious paella that was made for us. So I'm eating my paella, which is delicious. And this, before I start eating, this lady approaches me. She's the organizer of the event, and she says, "Ted, the guy who funded this meeting, he really loves what you have to say. He really loves what you said in your speech, and he wants to have dinner with you. He wants to eat dinner with you at your table." And I said, "Okay." So I meet this dude. His name is Victor. I keep confusing Gonzalez with Rodriguez. Was it Victor Gonzalez or Victor Rodriguez? Victor Gonzalez. That was his name. Very, very tall Spaniard. We shook hands. He said, "I really like what you had to say, Theodore." We sat down and we spoke for a good 2 hours or so. We had dinner. We were talking. And I said to him, "So what do you do for a living?" And he said, "I help run a political party." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "What's the name of the party?" He says, "It's called Vox. 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 It's called Vox." I said, "Wow, that's cool." And I said, "How many seats in parliament do you have?" He says, "So far we have no seats, but soon you will see. The Vox party will be one of the biggest parties in all of Spain. You will see, I assure you." He was very confident, very assured of himself. And I said, "What makes you so confident?" And he said, "Because there are millions of people like me all over Spain. Millions of people, you will see." And he starts telling me about how he's preparing for a war, basically a civil war in Spain. Really? He said, "I am encouraging the Spanish government to fight ISIS in the Middle East, to go to the Middle East to fight ISIS. Because if we do not fight ISIS in the Middle East, then we will have to fight them here in the streets of Spain. So I am preparing for a war here in Spain." And I said, "Well, how are you preparing?" And this is where things got even weirder. He says, "Well, currently I'm involved in paramilitary training. And I'm currently involved in training with the Spanish Special Forces." Spanish Special Forces, you say? He says, "Yeah." He says, "The Spanish Special Forces." I said, "Really?" He says, "Yes." He says, now this guy was no fat ass. You can look up his name, Victor Gonzalez, VOX, Vox Party. You'll see his picture. He's not a fat ass. This guy is very tall, and he's very lanky. He says, "I have a black belt in, I think he said he had a black belt in judo or taekwondo." He said, "I did judo for 10 years or taekwondo for 15 years or something like that." And I mean, the guy looked like he could fight. He's not a weak looking guy. And he said, "I'm currently training with the Spanish Special Forces, and we are jumping off of planes and using parachutes. We're parachuting off planes. We're getting prepared." So, okay, it's 2015. I'm 24 years old. And I'm hearing Spanish Special Forces, and this guy's training, and I'm thinking, I've never heard of something like this before. And he says to me, "I am currently a member of a very secretive religious order. And we are preparing for a war here in Spain. And we are working with the Spanish Special Forces. But it's a Catholic, as the Spanish say. The Spanish have a very heavy accent. Catholic. We're working with the Catholic Church. We have not the church. Sorry, he said, I'm a member of a Catholic order, and I'm training with the Special Forces." Word? Yeah. This guy was serious. He was dead serious. And he gave me his card. He says, here's my card. You can give me a call. And I said, well, can I interview you about this? And he said, I will have to ask my spiritual father in the order for permission to do so. Okay. So I go back to the States and I gave this dude a call. And he said, hello, Theodore. He says, yes, I will be going to Houston. That's how they can't say Houston. They say Houston. I will be going to Houston next month to work with a friend of mine. I'm going to be meeting with a friend of mine. He is from Guatemala. I think it was Guatemala. And we're going to be doing some talking together and blah, blah, blah. And I said, cool. So we talked for a little bit. And then maybe a week or so later, I gave him another call. And he goes, oh, yes, hola, Theodore. Yes, I remember. Yes, Theodore. Yes, absolutely. And I said, hey, Victor, I really want to interview you about this order and you're doing this training. I think that would be so cool to talk about for an interview. Our website, shootbot.com, gets tons of views every month. We get millions of views every month. And I think it would be so cool to talk to you so that you can tell the audience about your order and your training with the Spanish Special Forces. And he says, well, I'm going to have to ask for permission from my spiritual father for the permission. I cannot just do an interview just like that, you know. I have to talk to the spiritual father who's a part of the order, the head of the order. So that was my last phone. That was one of my last phone conversations with him. It was very interesting was that when I was at the dinner in Madrid where I first met him, the organizer of the event told me, she was a little short, fat Spanish woman, and she was very pro-Israel. Love Israel. Yes, God is with Israel. Dios con Israel. And she told me that during the dinner, she said, you know, that guy, Victor, he funded all this. She told me that. He funded this whole event. And she said, you know, Victor, he make a lot of money. He makes a lot of money? Yes, he make a lot of money. He work in the oil business. Works in the oil business. Yes, he work in the petroleum oil business. So when I got back to the States, I looked him up, and sure enough, this guy did work in the oil business. She wasn't lying. But it was very strange that this traditional Catholic, who was a member of this secretive militant Catholic order, was funding a pro-Christian Zionist Christian group in Spain. So one day I get an email from a member of this Zionist group in Spain, this Spanish evangelical group. And this email was very nasty. And it said, Theodore, we notice that you wrote an article defending the Catholic Eucharist. Now, we believe that the Eucharist is idolatry and is not true Christianity. So, if you persist on defending Catholic idolatry, we will have to tell you that we will no longer be working with you. And my exact words to him were, cut the crap, or something like that. And they never wrote back to me. So I gave a call to Victor. This was my last conversation with Victor. I called him up and I said, he goes, hey, hola, hey, Theodore, how you doing? And I said, Victor, I just want to let you know that this group that you're funding is extremely anti-Catholic. And they just gave me an email trying to pressure me to stop defending the Eucharist. So I'm just letting you know, because from one Catholic to another, I'm just letting you know that you're funding a group that hates your religion. I'm just letting you know. And he says, well, you know, Theodore, thank you for telling me this. You know, as a Catholic, this is my Catholic faith is very important to me. So this is very important. Yeah, thank you for telling me this. You know, okay, thank you for telling me this. Okay, goodbye, Victor. Never heard from him again. Tried writing him, never wrote me back. So then that was in 2016, I want to say, when I had that last conversation with him, early 2016, maybe late 2015. I want to say early 2016. So then fast forward to 2018. Yeah. Fast forward to 2018. I meet a Spanish journalist, Catholic Spanish journalist, who was very critical of Israel. And at this point, I had become much more critical of Israel. I had become very disillusioned with Israel. So I meet this Spanish journalist who's very critical of Israel. And we're talking, and I tell this woman, it's a woman, it's not a guy. I tell this woman this story that I'm explaining to you. I tell this story about Victor Gonzalez and Vox, and without even telling her that Vox was funding this pro-Israel group, the Spanish journalist tells me, "Oh, let me tell you something about the far-right politicians in Europe." She said they're all Zionists. And I heard that, I thought, huh, interesting. She said they're all Zionists. So I tell her the story about this guy being a member of this secretive militant Catholic order. And she says, "Oh, I think I know what you're talking about." She said there is a paramilitary order in Spain called El Yunque. I said, "Really?" She said, "Yes." She said she said more than likely Victor Gonzalez is a member of El Yunque. And she said they're connected to Vox, or I think she said she's pretty certain they're connected to Vox. And she said it's a paramilitary group. So I started looking more into this stuff. And it turns out that there is a connection between Vox and this far-right paramilitary order called El Yunque. By the way, Yunque is Spanish for anvil, like the anvil from the Looney Tunes. That's what Yunque means. So El Yunque means the anvil. And they're a paramilitary group in Spain, but they have a branch in Mexico. And she said more than likely he's a part of El Yunque. Interesting. Very interesting. And eventually, Vox becomes one of the biggest parties in Spain. I think Vox right now, let me just check real quick. Vox party in Spain. How many seats does Vox have right now in Spain? Let me just look this up real quick. So 2023, they are currently the third largest party in Spain. So this Victor Gonzalez guy wasn't kidding. I think his confidence was pretty well founded. He said, we will become one of the biggest parties in Spain. And currently they are the third largest party in Spain. When I met Victor Gonzalez, no one knew who Vox was. Vox was a nothing party that had 0 seats in the Spanish parliament. Now they're the third largest party in Spain. So I start looking more... into this whole thing. And I start finding out about this group of people in Europe called the Templars. That there is a paramilitary organization in Europe called the Templars. Yeah. And it's very interesting because in 2000 and I want to say, let me think. In 2016 or 17, I want to say, if I remember correctly, our organization received a letter from a group of people calling itself the Templars, saying that they were, I want to say, if I remember correctly, they said they were located in Italy. And they were saying that they wanted to work with us. They didn't really explain how they wanted to work with us, but they said, we would like to collaborate with you guys. And our agent at the time was telling me this, that there's a group and they sent me this letter and they call themselves the Templars. They're in Italy, blah, blah, blah. And I had a friend who was involved in far-right activism in Italy. I had a friend. He was involved in this stuff. Very strange story. So I knew this guy. His name was Tommaso. Tommaso was a far-right activist. We were kind of friends. I interviewed Tommaso back in 2014 about his activities and things like that. And Tommaso was very familiar with the world of right-wing politics in Italy. And I called them up, or I wrote him, and I said, Tommaso, there's this group in Italy calling itself the Templars, and they want to work with us. Have you ever heard of this? And he said, there are numerous groups in Europe that call themselves Templars. He said, some of them are fake, some of them are bullshit, some of them are genuine. And I think he told me there was one group in Italy that was genuine. And that's all he told me. That's all he told me. Very strange thing about that young man was I remember trying to write him, and he just wouldn't write back to me, which was unusual. And no matter how many times I wrote this guy, he just would not write back to me, which was very unusual because he always wrote back to me. And I remember looking him up, Tommaso, and I found this story in the local Italian news that said this young man named Tommaso was found dead in his apartment. I thought, Tommaso's dead? And what got me to look him up was one day I received a message from his Facebook account. And the picture, this is such a strange story. The picture, the message was a picture of Tommaso's tombstone. And I'm guessing this message was sent to me by his wife. So I'm like, oh my God, Tommaso's dead. So I went into Google, I looked it up, and I found a story that they found this young man in his apartment dead. And the doctor said he died from cancer. Now, this guy was in his 30s. He was in good shape. I thought, that seems really weird. He was found dead and he died. The doctor said, oh, he died from cancer. He was dropped dead in his apartment. It could be true. I don't know. But I knew a journalist, my Spanish journalist friend. She lived in Rome for many years, and she was quite familiar with how things worked in Italy and how corrupt Italy is and all that stuff. And I gave her a call and I sent her the article and I said, what do you think of this story? And she read the story and she said, I'm afraid your friend was murdered. I said, well, how do you know? And she said, well, Italy is a very corrupt country. And she said, the media is totally controlled by the mafia. And she said, when a murder is done nefariously, when a murder is done and the ones who have done the murder don't want the media to say that it was a murder, the media will say that it was cancer. She said, let me tell you something, Tim. She said, when the mafia kills people here in Italy, the media will report that the person died from cancer. This is what she told me. This is a code word. She said, I'm afraid your friend was murdered. Very strange story. Very strange story. But anyway, so I started looking into these groups that this Tommaso guy told me about, Templars and all this stuff. And it turns out that there are numerous groups in Europe that identify as Templars, or they at least say that they are Templars or whatever. And Anders Breivik, the guy who did one of the biggest mass shootings in history, said that he was recruited by a group called the Templars in Serbia. Yeah, really strange. So then there's a group that calls itself the Templars, and they're headquartered in England. This is a fucking crazy story, guys. I'm telling you, you guys are going to think that I'm lying to you. You can't. You can think I'm lying. This is the God honest truth. But they're headquartered in, I think, fucking Scotland somewhere. And it turns out that this group has ties to Serbian nationalists. So this Anders Breivik guy was talking about being recruited by the Templars, and he said that he met someone from this organization. This guy was from Serbia. And they got Serbian nationalists who are members of this Templar group that's headquartered in Scotland or the UK somewhere. And this Serbian politician, who was, I'm not sure if she still is, but she was a member of parliament. And she said, there's a group called the Templars, and they're in Serbia, and they're violent terrorists. And she started getting threats, and there was graffiti that was found somewhere in Serbia saying, you're going to die. And they put her name on there. They were threatening her and all this stuff. And she said, she said, there is a group called the Templars, and it's in Serbia, and they're fucking terrorists. So there's something to be said. So, but fast forward to 2015, I meet this Victor Gonzalez guy at this conservative youth event in Madrid, Spain. He's telling me about this secretive Catholic order that's preparing for a civil war. And get this, they were doing paramilitary training with the Spanish Special Forces. Now, let me tell you, you cannot do special paramilitary training with the special forces unless the government consents to that. That doesn't happen just by itself. Someone in the higher upper echelon of power has to consent to this. So fast forward to 2017. I find this book called NATO's Secret Armies by a guy named David Ganser, who is a Swiss historian. Guys, if you have not read this book, you need to read this book. I can tell you right now, I've already recommended a book. I have recommended Josephus's Judean War, the history of the Roman Judean War. I highly recommend that everyone read that book, a masterpiece of a book. But I also highly recommend that people read the book NATO's Secret Armies by David Ganser. I highly recommend it. I read this book in 2017. I could not put it down. The whole book was about how the CIA and British intelligence and German intelligence and all these European intelligence agencies from the 1940s after World War II going all the way up until the 1990s were backing these far-right paramilitary groups. And the book talks about how they were backing neo-Nazis, far-right nationalists, all these different types of people. They were backing and arming them. NATO's intelligence agencies were backing and arming these guys because they wanted these guys to do terrorist attacks in Europe so that people would think that the terrorist attacks were done by the left. Yes. Puts Charlie Kirk's story in some perspective, if you know what I mean. Puts 9/11 in perspective. Puts JFK's assassination in perspective. Puts Operation Northwoods in perspective. The book goes on to talk about how the CIA was working directly with this group that was in the Vatican. I kid you not. There was a secretive organization in the Vatican. I got to find the exact name of. There was a secretive organization in the Vatican that was working with NATO. I got to know the exact name. Hold on a second. I got to know the exact name. Here it is. Do you know what the name of this group was? It was called Propaganda 2 or Propaganda 2 or P2. Let me look this up exactly. Hold up. Yes, I was correct. Propaganda 2. Propaganda 2. Do is spelled D-U-E. And according to Wikipedia, it says here that Propaganda 2 was a Masonic lodge founded in 1877 within the tradition of continental Freemasonry. And this group was working directly with the CIA. And they had ties to the Vatican. And it makes you wonder about the attempted assassination of John Paul II. What the hell was that about? Well, if I had to make an assumption, a conspiratorial assumption here, I'm going to say that the CIA was trying to fulfill the Fatima prophecy. Fatima prophecy. The Fatima prophecy stated, this was okay, so let's backtrack a little bit here. There's something in the Catholic world called the Fatima visions, or the vision of Fatima. And what this involved was this little girl back in the early 1900s or somewhere around there had a vision of the Virgin Mary somewhere in Portugal, and the Virgin Mary gave her a prophecy. So this is what the story says. I don't believe it's true. I think that it's some sort of a satanic influence, but this is what the story says. This is what the lore says. So, according to the Fatima account, the Virgin Mary appeared to this little girl in Portugal. The Virgin Mary then told her a prophecy. And the prophecy was that a pope at some point in the future is going to be assassinated. The pope will be assassinated, and it's going to be basically some sort of a harbinger to some sort of apocalyptic catastrophe, something like that, if I remember correctly. So Catholics were waiting for this prophecy that a pope was going to be assassinated. Well, all of a sudden, some Turkish guy decides to assassinate John Paul II, shoots John Paul II. He survives. My guess is that the CIA wanted to fulfill the prophecy of Fatima, or to make it at least seem that the prophecy was fulfilled, to get the entire Catholic world on the side of NATO. They were trying to win the Catholic world. Because remember, there was this whole battle going on between Marxists and nationalists in the Vatican. That's why, for example, during the Gladio operation, John Paul II was working with these right-wing clergy leaders because they were trying to battle the Marxist clergy people in the Catholic world. So America was deeply involved in all that because America did not want to lose the Catholic world. So my guess is that the attempted assassination of John Paul II was a CIA psyop, and they wanted to make it look like they wanted to make it look like the Fatima prophecy had been fulfilled. That's what they were trying to do, in my opinion. But also, let's keep in mind that this group that had ties to the Vatican identified itself with the Masonic Lodge. Now, what does the Masonic Lodge love to tie itself to? What does it love to connect itself with? The Knights Templar, the Templars, all that stuff. So there's some very evil and diabolical network that's in the world. It's in the Western world. It's in Europe. And they want nationalism to be revived. That's why you read about Gladio. Read David Ganser's book on Gladio, NATO's Secret Armies. Great book. He gets into the details of the Gladio operation, what it was about. And what it was about was this. What it was about was reviving nationalism in NATO, in the NATO countries. They wanted to see nationalism. And that meant actually backing neo-Nazis in Germany, in Italy, in Belgium, and in various parts of Europe. And that also meant backing the Grey Wolves nationalists in Turkey. And that's exactly what they did. So there is a diabolical conspiracy to revive nationalism. And I think going back to ISIS and how Google was making all these posts on ISIS go viral, I believe that was done by design to get people to become nationalistic. And to a great extent, it worked because of ISIS, because of the migrant crisis, nationalism did revive in Western Europe. Vox became the third biggest party in Spain as a result of the migrant crisis, as a result of what was happening in the Middle East, etc. So now that I've explained all this, now let's apply what I've just explained to what's happening in the world right now in regards to this massive tidal wave against Israel. Why is it that Google makes posts against Israel go viral? Why is it that X does the same thing? Why is it that Facebook does this? Why is it that YouTube does this? If the government is so filled with Zionists, why are they enabling all these posts against Israel to become popular? Why is it? Why would they allow Elon Musk to permit X to be this platform where anti-Israel stuff can become so viral if they're so pro-Israel? I believe what is happening. Now, the politicians are very pro-Israel, 100%. I agree. But the anti-Israel stuff is growing by leaps and bounds. Most of our politicians are pro-Israel. That is a fact. But remember, there are people in the security apparatus or the intelligence apparatus of America who are not pro-Israel. If you look at videos with John Kiriakou was an American CIA agent. And he makes it very clear, the CIA has never really liked Israel. The CIA does not trust Israel because every single time Mossad agents give CIA agents gifts, those gifts are always tapped to spy on the CIA. So the CIA doesn't like Israel. Not everyone in the Pentagon is pro-Israel. So perhaps, I could be wrong, but perhaps what's happening is they want Israel to be hated. Perhaps what's happening is that they are forces within the U.S. government, in the security apparatus, in the intelligence apparatus, in the Pentagon, who want to really cut off ties with Israel. And perhaps, that is why so much of the anti-Israel stuff goes viral. Now you can make the argument and say, but Ted, Trump just arranged this whole thing for Larry Eliason to basically control TikTok. And yeah, that's true. That's why I say I could be wrong. But YouTube is under the control of the government. YouTube is part of Google. And you see so much anti-Israel stuff being viral on YouTube. Why would they allow that? I think that there is a greater conspiracy here. Now, why would the United States want for America, or why would certain forces in the United States want for Israel to be cut off? Why? Well, think about it. The whole world is hating Israel. The great majority of people in Japan, we're talking at least 80% of the Japanese population, hates Israel. The majority of people in Europe hate Israel. A lot of the people in allied countries, in countries that are allied to the United States, hate Israel. America still loves or still supports Israel. But do you know who else hates Israel? Russia and China. They're both very critical of Israel. And which are the two powers that are the biggest threats to the United States and to the American empire? Russia and China. So perhaps the Americans are thinking, do we really want to be dragged down by Israel? Do we really want to see the whole world go against America because of our support for Israel? Because Russia is going against Israel, China is against Israel, Latin America is against Israel, Japan is against Israel, all of these European countries are against Israel. So all of the populations for all these countries. I mean, look, in Spain, they just had 300,000 people take to the streets of, sorry, not in Spain, in Italy. 300,000 people took to the streets of Rome. Just today. Just recently. 300,000 people on the streets of Rome for Palestine, not for Israel. 100,000 people in the streets of Milan. 2 million people in Italy participated in demonstrations against Israel just recently. 60% of Italy's population, or at least its working population, took part in a workers' strike, slowing down all of the businesses, or many of the businesses in Italy. That's huge. The vast majority of Italians, the vast majority of the population of Italy, which is an American ally, is against Israel. So the populations of Italy, Germany, the Netherlands, right? The populations of Europe, population of Japan, populations of Latin America, they all are overwhelmingly against Israel. Do you know who else is against Israel? The only two countries that can defeat America, Russia and China. So perhaps the Americans are looking at all this and they're thinking, wait a second, the populations of all of these allied countries could start wanting to be allies to our greatest enemies, Russia and China. Do we really want all of these countries that are supposed to be in our sphere of influence going to the side of Russia and China because we are so adamantly pro-Israel? Are we really going to allow Israel to drag us into this position of being a pariah while the rest of the world sides with China and Russia because China and Russia are pro-Palestine? Do we really want that? America is very much focused on making sure that the world likes America. They don't want Japanese people to hate America. They don't want Dutch people to hate America. They don't want Germans to hate America. They want those populations to be pro-America. But if these populations start saying, hey, Russia is for Palestine, China is for Palestine, we're going to be pro-Russia, we're going to be pro-China. America doesn't want that. America wants to win the hearts and minds of all those people. They don't want to lose those people because losing those people would eventually mean losing those countries. They don't want that. So perhaps there are discussions happening in the Pentagon in which these people who are in the higher echelons of power are saying, I think it's time. I mean, we got Israel bombing a major U.S. ally, Qatar. Do we really want to sit here and support that? Do we really want to sit here and support this country that doesn't mind crossing red lines? We don't want that. Do we really want to get dragged into a war with Iran, which is the idea of which is extremely unpopular? Do we really want this? Do we want to lose the Japanese population? Do we want to lose the favor of the populations of all these allied countries because we want to wave the Israeli flag and hump the Wailing Wall? And then you see the tide turning against AIPAC. You see more and more Democrats saying, no, we're not going to be so close to AIPAC as we were before. We see Hakeem Jeffries for the first time saying, I think I'll take the endorsement of J Street, which is critical of Israel. We see Hakeem Jeffries saying, I think I'm not going to make the annual trip to Israel like before. Because Israel is losing popularity. And the whole world is turning on Israel. Does America want the whole world to turn on America as well because of Israel? I don't think they want that. So what's happening? Look at what's happening in Germany. You see the German police beating up pro-Palestine activists all the time, punching them in the face, just brutally beating them up. But yet you don't see German police officers acting as brutally towards neo-Nazi demonstrators, members of the German and Austrian identitarian movement. You don't see the German police acting as brutally against Nazis as they do against pro-Palestine protesters. Why? Perhaps it's because as pro-Palestine sentiment increases in popularity, more and more people are going to look at the German police and say, there's something seriously wrong with our system. Italians are looking at Meloni and they're saying, Meloni, baloney, you know damn well the majority of Italians support Palestine. Why aren't you supporting Palestine with us? Are you here for the will of the people or are you here for the will of Israel? Do we really have sovereignty or not? This is what I said in one of my last videos. I said, it's not just about Gaza. The pro-Palestine stuff is not just about Gaza. It's about sovereignty at the end of the day. It's about having national interest take priority over the interest of Israel. That's what this is about at the end of the day. So people are saying, okay, Meloni, are you really here for the will of the people, the Italian people, or are you here for the will of Israel? People in Spain are saying the same thing. People in Germany are saying the same thing. And eventually what's going to happen is a global intifada, a global uprising against this post-World War II pro-Israel status quo. And you're going to see Hitler as being elected. And they're going to be saying, to hell with Israel. We're done with Israel. We're done with this Zionist power. We're done with the pro-Israel donors. We're done. We're done with these people trying to control us with their money. And eventually Israel will be doomed. And as I've said many times, the world will not pity Israel. So you're seeing the whole tidal wave against Israel, but at the same time, you're seeing the algorithms helping this tidal wave. Why? Just like the algorithms were helping boost up all of the posts about ISIS and about the migrant crisis and about migrants in Europe. Why? Because they wanted nationalism. Why is the algorithm so helpful to anti-Israel posts? Because they want that stuff to spread. They want that stuff to spread because that is going to help fulfill the objective of the powers that be, and that is a revival in nationalism against Europe. A revival in nationalism. Look, our countries are are working at the behest of Israel, not at the behest of the people. We need a real nationalist government. We need something more extreme than Maloney. We need something more extreme than Farage. We need something more extreme than whoever these other people are. We need something more extreme than Geert Wilders. We need politicians who are true nationalists and who are going to put their volk, their people, first. And I think that's what this is about at the end of the day. It's about basically ushering in a bunch of Hitlers. And it's about doing really a total overhaul of the status quo. Because if you think about it, the migrant crisis in Europe caused something of an overhaul of the status quo. The status quo was that migration was good, immigrants were good, we have to be tolerant, we have to be open to other cultures, we have to be multicultural. And that status quo was completely scraped out as a result of the migrant crisis. So the migrant crisis caused really a complete overhaul of that particular status quo when it comes to tolerance and multiculturalism, and when it came to the stigma against nationalism. The migrant crisis and the nationalist backlash to the migrant crisis caused a total overhaul of that status quo. So the anti-Israel movement and the rage against Israel, I believe, is a part of is really a second phase of this overhaul. Now that we have overhauled the whole stigma against nationalism, now we have to overhaul, we have to completely remove and purge out the stigma against anti-Semitism. We have to remove the stigma against Hitler. And we have to bring that back. And this anti-Israel stuff is really bringing that stuff back. It's bringing Hitlerism back. It's making Holocaust denialism very popular. So we're seeing a second phase of the overhaul. Nationalism is no longer stigmatized. Multiculturalism is no longer embraced. It's no longer popular. The idea of tolerance and diversity are no longer popular. Wokeism is dead. So now we're in phase 2 of this awakening, so to speak. And phase 2 is much deeper because phase 2 is dealing with purging out the stigma against Hitler and against Nazism and against anti-Semitism. And that's what's happening. So be critical of Israel. I'm all for being critical of Israel. I'm very critical of Israel. Israel's doing evil. But please also understand that people are pointing towards Israel's evils to justify another evil, which is trying to revive Nazism. Just keep that in mind. And the reason why I'm stressing on this so much is because when I was writing on ISIS back in 2014 and 2015, I didn't realize that people were using ISIS's evils as a way to revive far-right ideology. I didn't realize it. So I'm learning from my mistakes. I'm learning from my lesson here. And my lesson is, please understand that, yes, evils do exist and they are happening and we should point them out, but also understand that people point them out with bad intentions. And I know for a fact that people are pointing out to the evils of Israel with bad intentions, and that is to revive Hitlerism. So just keep that in mind. Just something to look out for. Let me read your guys' comments. Hold on. The future is gloomy. Yeah, absolutely. George Harrison made a song called P2 Vatican Blues and his last album titled Brainwash. Really? I definitely am going to look that up. That's fascinating. Didn't AH not like the Masons? Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, he went against them. Have you ever seen their oath? Yeah, something about killing themselves or something like that. Operation Paperclip. Yep, that's definitely part of Gladio. They're creating a race war. They're definitely trying to. Scotland people have nothing to do with that. Neither are Serbian people. Yeah, I'm not saying Scottish people or Serbian people have anything to do with it. I'm just saying that they are people, that there is a group that calls itself the Templars, and they're in Serbia, and they're also in Scotland. Same with the Bush family. Yeah, I've heard that before. Skull and Bones and all that. Oh man, YouTube hates it when I play this music because it's considered copyright infringement. Hold on, let me get out of this. I think I played this one. Let me play my let me play more Oblivion music. Or I have Witcher music. We can play Witcher music. Let's play Witcher music. Let me know if the music is too loud. Let me see here. This makes complete sense. Yeah, it does. As crazy as it sounds. Serbia, Freemasons killed Franz Ferdinand. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, there was the Freemason. There was a secret order in Bosnia. They were called like the Black Knives or something like that, and they assassinated that. Prince Franz Ferdinand. Freemasons also in Orthodox world and Sufi tariqas. That's crazy. Tribal people in Northeast Asia, India came from Cambodia. Okay, great. Scotland, hold on. It was the Black Hand. Okay, yeah, you're right. Central banking, the enslavement of making. Iran has enslavement of mankind. Yep. You're doing great work. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. Michael Ebert. I feel like this is not being fully appreciated within this nationalism / anti-nationalism dialectic. Interesting. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. You and Kyle Kulinski are basically saying the exact same thing when it comes to Israel. That's so crazy, this world. Yeah, it's uniting the conservatives and the liberals. Ecumenism coexists as of Rome. Okay, not Yahoo said we Palestinians are the Grecians. Crete. Sounds like Gladio. Yep, absolutely. Papal Rome has ruled kings, queens for centuries. They are the Antichrist beast system. I think you're correct to a certain extent. How come my music just stopped? Let's see here. You're blowing my mind right now. Appreciate that. You are right again, my brother. Appreciate it, Victoria. You are saying the exact same thing that I've been saying to a friend of mine. That's good. That's good. Spread the word. It's the extreme ideologies. You cannot understand any of this without understanding these forces are not pro-nationalism. They are just all anti-communist. They're definitely anti-communist, but they're also nationalistic as well. Everything you say about sentiments of society are true online, but real life is a good 5 to 10 years behind whatever the internet is saying. I think you are correct. I never said that it's going to happen tomorrow. I never said that this is all going to happen, 2 years from now. I think you're right. I think 5 to 10 years, yeah, that's a pretty good estimate. Like I've said, politics is always downstream from metapolitics. So it eventually manifests itself. I don't care who's right or left. I just watch anyone who I can learn facts about. That's a good idea. Knights Templar is headed by Cardinals of St. Patrick. I'll have to look into that. Can you talk about Frankism? I think I've heard of that before. All the papal orders are wicked, including the Freemasons. I agree. The CIA is not trying to fight Israel. They are just trying to build a cudgel they can use in negotiations with them. I think both can be right. Exactly. It's all about the central bank. That's why Iraq and Libya was destroyed. What's wrong with using drug? Here we go, dude. The Whore of Babylon. Masons are always low-key stirring things up. I don't know how they're going to do this race where everyone's brown or mixed race. Even white people look foreign these days. That's just not true, by the way. Theo, when you have a chance and if you want to, can you talk about the Gilgamesh chambers we stole from Iraq? I don't know. I have to look into it, man. When you guys ask me to talk about a certain thing and I don't really know about that certain thing or I'm not that familiar with it, you have to understand it. I have to take the time to actually research it. I believe the Pope, John Paul II, was secretly assassinated by the CIA, which made to look like a heart attack. And then the CIA installed Pope John Paul II. It wouldn't surprise me at all, because the guy before him didn't last very long. He lasted like a month and a half or something. Let's see here. For some reason, YouTube is not allowing me to read all the comments for whatever reason. It's weird. It's just like, it's not like it used to. It used to be I could just scroll the way up and then just read it. Now they're, let me see here. Yeah, now there's sort of a cutoff period where it just gets rid of a huge chunk of the comments, and it just gives you the comments that have been posted within a certain point of the stream. Let's see here. Israel does own nukes, so if the USA breaks away from them, this could lead to another Cold War. World War III. People aren't this smart. How this seems so planned. Is it because we have the same boomers in office since 30 years? I don't know. The time period that I'm talking about mostly is from 2014 to now, so it's not that huge of a time bracket. The anti-woke thing is a ruse to get Christian conservative white men to enlist and sign over the lives of the company. I agree. Yeah, they use the woke stuff to get people to become more nationalistic and to get people to focus more on being masculine and to be tough guys. And that basically means just being militarist. So that's how they use the whole woke thing. And I think the whole woke cult was just invented. It was fabricated, I think, to make militarism seem more popular, to make militarism seem more appealing, because the message is woke means feminine, weakling men, and we have to be anti-woke, and that means being like Pete Hegseth. That means being a militarist. So that's what I think. That's what I think the whole woke thing was used for. Yeah, the left wing is controlled op to radicalize the right. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I think they want the young to sign up into the army. Yeah, I agree. Islam is a construct of popes. That's just not true. Generation X is now in power. Boomers are 80 years old. Yup. And the millennials are also in power. Remember, Vance is a millennial. If Israel had nuclear weapons, they would have used them already over and over. That's just not true. The paper financial derivative scheme is played out. It's over. The Ponzi scheme is saturated. Let's see here. Woke supports the oligarchy by being a battering ram. It's a battering ram for the right, and it's just a way to radicalize the right wing. That's all it is. Okay, King Smith, you keep spamming my chat with this stuff. Stop. Just stop. It's annoying. My son's 14. I'm so glad I'm recently learning about all of this. There is no way I will recommend the army. Yeah, good idea. War is a scam for the most part. I understand that war is necessary sometimes, but when it is necessary, it's very rare. War is a scam. Thousands of Americans died fighting in Afghanistan, and now the Taliban is back in power. So if that doesn't discourage you from joining the military, then you really are a tool. Or you're just really desperate for a job. I believe it's an ode to Dagon. Okay, I've heard this before. To be honest, it's actually to the Christian fish symbol. To be honest, I don't see any hope for this world. Yeah, pretty much. By the way, I have like 4 cousins named Johnny. Okay, who cares? After 9/11, many young men signed up. Yep, that's right. And that was before the internet became what it is now. If 9/11 happened now, everybody would be saying, okay, what did the CIA do to make this happen? All Palestinian Christians, I see. Yes, the Samson option is based on the biblical Samson, who instead of surrendering to the Philistines, brought down... Yeah, I know. Let's see here. Vance scares me. Yeah, I think the guy's a creep. He's part of that whole Silicon Valley crowd, so who knows what evil plans that guy has. What do you think of the future of our government looks like when boomers die off? I think that the future... What I do think will happen is America will eventually just turn its back on Israel. Because it's going to be so unpopular to be pro-Israel at that point that America is just going to see Israel as a liability. You cross red lines. You slaughtered so many people. You don't mind bombing your neighbors. You're not really trustworthy. You try to spy on this. You try to spy on our CIA all the time. You try to spy on our politicians all the time. You try to blackmail us, and then you want us to fight your wars. And you're just a liability. You're not really much of a help. You're not really much of an asset. You just use, take. And it's going to be so unpopular to be pro-Israel at that point that America is going to say, do we want to lose the Japanese people? Do we want to lose the favor of the Europeans? Do we want to lose the favor of all these people? Are we just going to sit back and watch all these countries that are supposedly our allies go to the side of Russia and China against us because we're so pro-Israel? You have to understand, the majority of the world hates Israel right now. That could mean more and more populations in allied countries becoming more and more pro-Russia. America doesn't want this. Israelis are trying to produce a competing empire. Yeah, in the Middle East. Smedley gave... okay. I think he's got big plans. Who? I'm going, I got it, Theodore. Part of the trust, the plans. Okay, here we go. Israel is the baby mama on welfare from hell. Good point. You wouldn't believe me? Who wouldn't believe you? Ted, are you kept up on Jap politics? Yeah, Japanese politics. Yeah, the far right is growing by leaps and bounds in Japan. Something else I wanted to show you guys. Let me see here. Hold up. Just to show you how unpopular Israel is in Europe, check this out, guys. Check this out. 2 million people took to the streets of Italy to protest against Israel. 2 million people, guys. Over 2 million people across Italy have rallied in more than 100 cities for a one-day general strike. I've never seen anything like this. I have never seen anything like this. This is so insane. More than 2 million people across Italy rallied in over 100 cities Friday for a one-day general strike to support the residents of Gaza and a humanitarian aid mission, Italy's largest union said. Italian unions proclaimed the strike after the global Samud flotilla that was trying to break Israel's naval blockade to deliver aid to Gaza was intercepted by Israeli naval forces Wednesday night. Protests and demonstrations have sprung up all over Europe and globally since then, but they have been particularly strong in Italy. Italy's conservative Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, had sharply criticized the strike. I mean, she's only going to get people to get more pissed off at her. That's all she's doing. Now they're going to say, okay, whose side are you on, Meloni? Are you on the side of the Italian people, or are you on the side of Israel? Are you working for the interest of Israel or for the Italian people? Which one is it? And now they're going to want someone who's going to be even more extreme than Meloni. Because remember, Meloni is supposed to be this far-right, Nazi, fascist, Mussolini-ite, Italian woman, blah, 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 blah. People are going to say, we need someone more extreme than Meloni. Meloni is cucked. Meloni is with the Zionists. We don't want this. She's either going to have to become more extreme, or we're going to need someone more extreme than her. Do you see how the pro-Palestine trend is doing a second phase of the Great Awakening that's been going on since 2014? We had what happened in 2014 when nationalism revived due to the migrant crisis. Now we're seeing the second phase of this. There's no longer a stigma against nationalism. Now we're seeing the second phase of this trend in which the stigma against being anti-Israel, the stigma of being let's be real here, pro-anti-Semitism, pro-Hitler or whatever, is being overhauled out. That stigma is being purged out in the second phase that we're living in right now. That's what's happening. Because as people look at Israel, they're saying, man, maybe Hitler was right. So that stigma against Hitler is being thrown out It's being gradually, not gradually, I would say fairly quickly, just purged out in this phase that we're in right now. And that's what you're seeing. And it says here that she anticipated it would cause widespread disruption across the country and said it was politically motivated and targeted her right-wing government. According to the CGIL Union, 300,000 people marched through the streets of Rome alone, while the national average participation in the general strike stood at around 60%, halting all the main services in key sectors, including transportation and schools. So trains stopped, buses stopped. 60% of the workforce in Italy took part in this strike. That's crazy. I've never heard of anything like this. In Florence, protesters approached the gates of the Italian national soccer team's training center to demand its upcoming World Cup qualifier against Israel not be played because of the war in Gaza. Protesters appeared to behave peacefully on the opposite side of the street from the soccer complex, holding aloft a banner that read in Italian, "Let's stop Zionism with the resistance." So they see themselves as being a part of a global intifada. Resistance, that's intifada. So what's happening here is the stigma of, well, you can't be anti-Israel, that's anti-Semitic. That whole stigma is disintegrating before our eyes. That's what's happening. Just like in 2014, 15, 16, 17, the stigma against nationalism disintegrated due to the migrant crisis, due to terrorism, ISIS, etc. So right now we're in part 2 of this saga. That's what's happening. First, it was removing the stigma against nationalism. Now that stigma has been removed, now it's about removing the stigma against Nazism, Hitlerism, all that stuff. And I'm not saying that these people are all Nazis, but what I am saying is a lot of people are going down that route. And I'm not pro-Israel. I'm not. I'm very critical of Israel. I'm just giving you guys the reality here. And I'm just warning you guys not to fall for this trap. People are going to want extreme politicians against Israel. That's what people want. And they're going to get what they want. And when that happens, Israel is going to be basically cut off from Western support. And that's going to spell the end of Israel. So it says here, on Friday morning, around 100,000 people participated in a rally in the northern city of Milan. 100,000 people on the streets of Milan, guys. That's crazy. Clashes there briefly erupted after a group of protesters blocking the city's highway started throwing bottles at police, who responded with smoke bombs. I still believe that all this brings no benefit to the Palestinian people. On the other hand, I understand that it will cause a lot of problems for the Italian people, Maloney told reporters. So she's not supporting this, even though the majority of Italians agree with it. She's not supporting it. Why? People are going to be asking why. They're going to say, "Excuse me, lady, we voted for you. Why are you going against us? Why are you saying things that are to the interest of Israel? Are you really for Italy, or are you for Israel?" And so this is helping to accelerate this whole global intifada that I'm talking to you guys about. Global uprising against Israel. The Italian leader has been facing mounting pressure to change Italy's stance as a longtime supporter of Israel in the Gaza conflict, as growing calls have emerged to stop the massive humanitarian crisis unfolding in Gaza. So there you go, 2 million people. I'm telling you guys right now, the whole wave against Israel is just going to get bigger and bigger. It's not stopping. It really isn't stopping. And let's see here. Let me read your guys' comments. Hold up. It's food for the heart of the Gazans. Let's see here. People like Nick Griffin back in fashion. Nick Griffin. I've heard that name before. Are you talking about the guy in England? Oh, this dude. This is that BNP guy, British National Party guy. Yep, that guy's a Nazi. This is massively helping the Palestinian people. She's stupid. Well, she's not being very smart. I mean, strategically speaking. Intifada is closer to uprising. Yeah. Nobody with a soul supports genocide. Agreed. Not this Rome, not this Israel. Okay. I'm pro Eraserel. Oh, damn. Let's see here. Young Dolph's real name was Adolf. Those are toothbrush mustaches. I was deceived and shit. Okay, you guys are just writing all sorts of craziness. I must say, Theo, it's not all Jews. It's the I know it's not all Jews. Dave Smith is not Jewish. Norman Finkelstein is not Jewish. I understand that. Spain, Ireland, and UK protesting in mass as well. Yep. Spain, Ireland is... Those two countries are just... those two countries, they're just the... They're at the forefront of this whole thing. That and Italy. All the more reason to be extremely wary of nationalism. Yep. Greta was probably a child-looking adult. Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to. How many of these people are ethnically Italian? Do you think that 300,000 Arabs or whatever are taking the streets or whatever? I know a lot of these, you see, a lot of these Zio types like to cope, and they say, well, the reason why you have these massive demonstrations is because of, like, the migrants in freaking Italy. These are Italians. You can clearly see these are Italians. Let's just look at a video of it. Rome. Let's see here. Palestine. So you guess, since I don't know, I'm not gonna make a claim about who you are or whatever, but hold on, where is this? Where is my? There I am. Okay, are these people? Do you think these people are Italians, or do you think they're what, Africans? Oh, kitty. These are Italians. Blatantly. Those are Italians. This dude is clearly Italian. Why is the color, why is the texture such shit in this video? Good grief. Can AP get some better software? This woman is Italian. Let's look at a different video. These are clearly Italians. These are clearly Italians. These are Italians. I mean, listen, you don't get 60% of the workforce behind you if all these people are just minorities. That's just not how it works. Let's see here. Maybe this is God's divine punishment. Yep. Well, there's something to be said about that. Look at Ezekiel chapter 22. Although I don't see hope for this world as a Christian, I have somewhat a constant feeling that I should be oh my God, I can't read. Although I don't see hope for this world as a Christian, I have somewhat a constant feeling that I should be doing more. I know the feeling. Yeah, there's a lot of existential dread when it comes to all this stuff. The problem with countries like Japan and India is that they aren't Christian, so left. is gay and right is pagan, or both. Yeah. ICE will help stop protests in USA. They're all Italian. Yeah, I went to Italy. Italians are very nationalistic, and they're very very anti-Israel, actually. They're Italians. A lot of these Zio types like to cope, and they'll say, I don't think they're all just migrants. They're all immigrants, guys. I don't believe this. Italian people are not with Palestine. They're with Israel, and they just love to cope. They have this idea that the world is with Israel, and it's not. It's just not. Wisdom is to neither turn to left or right and to keep our feet from evil. Absolutely, 100% agree. Can't spell Ashkenazi. Oh, damn. I've always said if you study enough history, you can damn near predict the future. 100% true. Let's see here. Way larger, way array of flotillas. History always repeats. Yep. Is it possible that this shit has been going on literally for thousands of years? It's only crazy to us because we live just such relatively short lives. I don't know, dude. I mean, I don't know what that means, to be honest with you. Even Antarctica is pro-Palestine? It is. Absolutely. The penguins are pro-Palestine. 100%. Let's see here. And which country is going to be one of the main causes of Israel's doom? Well, let's look into this article, shall we? Some very interesting stuff here, guys. Very interesting stuff. But before I read this, I would like to get a glass of water because my throat is kind of dry. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get the music up here, and I'm gonna turn my mic off, and I'm gonna get a glass of water. 1 second here. All right. So I'm going to read to you guys some stuff here. If not, check it out after the live stream. It's the Witcher soundtrack. Yup, this is the Witcher shit. Even though I've never played the game, the OST is awesome. We got to put that into RuneScape music. I've never heard RuneScape. Actually, I have. RuneScape? I don't know, dude. It just... RuneScape looks so corny and just old. How long until we start seeing H-Man Halloween outfits? Oh, probably not too far away from now. Don't you think the Talmud is the problem? I think it's definitely part of the problem, yeah. How long until we start seeing... Okay, I already read that. So a caliphate, yep. Let's see here. Toothbrush, mustache, blah, blah, blah. Is, let's see, Hector. Okay. Dude is... I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see here. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. Calming geisha music. The revived Roman Empire is Turkey. Absolutely. My money's on Turkey. Same here. Yeah, 100%. Dear Reader, Kim Jong, whatever. You're playing RuneScape right now. I'm more of a Bannerlord guy. I think Bannerlord is an awesome game. Right now, by the way, and we'll talk maybe more about this when I'm done reading this article. Right now, I am playing Dead Space, and I'm loving it. Let me show off my new Resident Evil shirt that I got from the Capcom store. Look at that. Ain't that beautiful? Ain't that shirt just gorgeous? Look at this. Freaking Resident Evil 4 lore on my shirt. Got Ashley Graham. That's Ashley Graham. And Leon Kennedy. And then you got... Let's see. This is the church from the village. This is the cult church. And then over here... Looks like you got some more cultists. But this is Resident Evil 4, to me, is the greatest game ever made. I love Resident Evil 4. But yeah, you got everything here. Yeah, this is a great shirt. And I love these shirts, especially in October. This is when creepy things become popular. RE4 is by far, I want to say, the most revolutionary video game ever made. I think that it made... I know for a fact that RE4 made such a huge difference to games because it introduced to the world the over-the-shoulder perspective for a third-person shooter, and so that just changed video games. But it's just a great game. It's a great story. You don't know this game? You don't know Resident Evil 4? If you haven't played RE4, play the remake that came out this year. It's awesome. Was it this year that the remake came out? I think it was... Or was it last year? The remake's awesome. The RE4 remake. Yeah, the third-person over-the-shoulder view is what RE4 brought. And then, ever since then, games have been doing that. I mean, Gears of War did it. Dead Space did it. So somebody recommended to me Dead Space a couple of years ago. And someone recommended that I play the remake of Dead Space 1. And I did not do it immediately because I think the Dead Space remake had just come out 2 years ago. So it was kind of pricey. So I waited 2 years and I bought it this year for like $20 or something. Maybe $35 I bought the Dead Space remake, and it's great. It's a great game. It's a creepy, just a dark game. Very tense game. TMP and Red 9. Yeah, the Red 9, when you upgraded the Red 9 to its fullest capacity, the Red 9 was the best pistol in the original RE4. In the RE4 remake, they've greatly nerfed the Red 9. It's nowhere near as powerful as it was in the original. Whatever happened to Mario Brothers? I don't know. I don't know. I have the Mario racing game for the what's it called? For the Nintendo Switch, which is fun, but it's nowhere near as good as the N64 Mario racing game. The N64 Mario racing game is awesome. Yeah, Resident Evil, yep. Los Ganados. Yep. Yeah, King Smith just keeps spamming the chat with just random stuff. He doesn't have any coherent thoughts at all. Third Rome is Moscow. The fourth is Pyongyang. Played RE4 Remake some time ago. Awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. Great game. Almost sounds Scottish. Yeah. It's a Celtic sort of vibe to it. Sonic the Hedgehog. Never really played it. Currently playing Bannerlord. I love Bannerlord. This is a great game. The great thing about Bannerlord is that it never ends. You just play it forever. So which country is going to be a huge contributor to the doom of Israel? Here, I'll show it to you guys right here. Here it is. The strategic fault lines in Turkey-Israel relations. This was published recently by the Arab Center in Washington, D.C., and it's an interesting article, although I don't agree with everything that is said in the article. It is nonetheless informative. So I'm going to read to you guys some parts here. I just want to make the text a little bit bigger. So it says here that Turkey's opprobrium has been sharpened by Israel's 12-day multi-front assault on Iranian territory. Its repeated strikes on Syria, which Turkey increasingly views as a protected client state. Hold on, my vision. I need to get glasses, guys. Let me read this again. Turkey's opprobrium has been sharpened by Israel's 12-day multi-front assault on Iranian territory, its repeated strikes on Syria, which Turkey increasingly views as a protected client, and, most significantly, its September 2025 attack on the Hamas delegation in Qatar, Ankara's closest regional ally and a formerly designated major non-NATO ally of the United States. So Israel literally bombs an ally of the United States. And the Israelis will say, well, we had a right to bomb them because the Hamas guys were there. Excuse me, those Hamas guys were there for years. They were there for years. They were there after October the 7th. Why didn't you bomb them then? You didn't. Why did you wait this long to bomb them? Why do you decide to bomb them in September of this year? Why? You're crossing a red line. That's what this is. Why did Israel bomb Qatar? I have a theory as to why they did this. Because by bombing Qatar, Israel basically sends the message that negotiations are bullshit. Because what were these Hamas guys doing in Qatar? They were there to discuss and to deliberate the deal between Israel and Gaza. They were there for the purposes of negotiation. That is it. And they were there in a third-party country, Qatar, and they had protected status. And Israel basically said there's no such thing as protected status. Qatar gets bombed. Qatar is a U.S. ally. America didn't do anything about it as a response, except for get Netanyahu to apologize to Qatar. That's all America did. So this does several things. For one, it degrades the idea of relying on the United States. Yes, it degrades the idea of relying on the United States. Well, we got bombed. America didn't do shit about it. So what has America done recently? the Trump administration came up with this security pact with Qatar, and the Trump administration and the Qatari government signed a security pact that supposedly guarantees that an attack on Qatar will be considered as an attack on the United States, and that the United States will respond to defend Qatar. Now, is this something that's reliable? I have no idea. For one thing, Congress never ratified this security pact, so it's not really something that's set in stone. So it's not going to be something that the next president of the United States will be obligated to follow. So really, it seems like right now it's symbolic. But what does this do to the reputation of the United States? It shows that America can't be relied upon. It shows that even being a U.S. ally doesn't guarantee security. It shows that even harboring a major U.S. military base, which Qatar has, does not guarantee your security. There is a massive U.S. military base. It's the Al Ubaid Air Base in Qatar. It's massive. And so people think, well, we have these military bases in our country. That means we have America's security. We have America's security backing us up. America's got our back because we have these massive military bases. Qatar has a massive military base, Al Ubaid. And that did not guarantee security from Israel. So it erodes the idea of relying on the United States for security. Does not make America look good. It does not. And this is why I say I think eventually America is going to turn its back on Israel. America is going to say, damn it, you Israelis are a freaking liability. You are not to the benefit of the American empire. The whole world is going against you. More and more people are becoming pro-Russia and pro-China because the Russians and the Chinese are pro-Palestine. And so are we going to lose the populations of all these countries? Are we going to lose all the populations of all these countries to Russia and China because of some evangelical flag wavers who want to hump the Wailing Wall? Is that what we're going to do? Is that the bullshit that we're going to follow with here? No. And eventually the United States is gonna turn its back on Israel. You already see it with the Democrat Party. You already see it with some Republicans already. You already see it with the younger conservative American crowd. You already see it. It's already there. And so what else does this do? This could also be to the detriment of relations between the United States and Turkey, because Qatar is a major ally to Turkey. Qatar is Turkey's biggest ally in the Gulf region. It's Turkey's biggest ally in the Middle East. It's Turkey's biggest ally in the Arab world. Qatar just got hit. Turkey, one of your biggest allies, just got hit by Israel. What are you going to do about it? This puts pressure on Turkey to then get tougher against Israel. This puts pressure on Turkey to better its military capabilities to prepare for a possible war, possible conflict with Israel. And then another thing that this does is it gets the Turks to tell the Americans, hey, America, your boy Israel just attacked one of our biggest allies, and you didn't do shit about it. So really, can we rely on you, America? Are you really a good, reliable ally, America? Now, Turkey, and I've said this a million times, but I'm going to continue to explain this. Turkey is absolutely essential for the American ally. Turkey is more essential than Israel is. Why do I say this? Because of Turkey's control over the access way from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. I'm talking about the Dardanelles. I'm talking about access into the Sea of Marmara. I'm talking about that access way into the Mediterranean. Turkey controls that access way, and America cannot afford to lose it. America does not want to strain relations with the Turks. So Israel is pissing off Turkey. Israel has just attacked a major Turkish ally. Turkey doesn't like this. America does not want to lose Turkey. And eventually, when it comes down to it, when it comes down to either being on the good side of Turkey or being on the good side of Israel, America is going to choose being on the good side of Turkey, because America does not want to lose that control over the access way from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. Because if America loses that control, that means Turkey getting closer to Russia. That means Russia having unfettered, unhindered access into the Mediterranean from the Black Sea, which will help Russia and which would be really to the erosion of the American empire in the Mediterranean world. So America doesn't want this. And eventually, America's going to say, Israel, you are a fucking liability. You keep breaking rules. You keep crossing red lines. What is this bullshit? You're pissing off Turkey. So it says here, tensions have now expanded because of Israel's actions directly Tensions have now expanded because Israel's actions directly challenge Turkey's stand. Oh, my God. I hate this. I need to focus. Focus. I hate this. Tensions have now expanded because Israel's actions directly challenge Turkey's standing in the region. For Ankara, the quarrel now feels less about morality than about raw security. So Israel has been bombing Syria. Israel bombs Qatar. Syria is considered to be a part of Turkey's sphere of influence. America wants Turkey to be in Syria to keep the Russians out. America does not want to lose Turkey's power over Syria. Israel wants to push the Turks out. Israel does not want Turkey to be running Syria. Turkey sees this as a threat to its security. Turkey will eventually be pushed into a position where it will say either we attack Israel or either we go to war with Israel or else we're going to become nothing but a paper tiger and a weak country we have to fight in order for us to maintain our respect in the region and maintain our position as a regional power. So it says here that Israel's escalation in Iran, Syria, and Qatar represent a direct challenge to Turkey's regional posture. That's right. So Turkey is saying, eventually, we're going to have to go to war with Israel. And Turkey is the second biggest member of NATO. If NATO is still going to exist by the time Israel and Turkey go to war, is America going to stand with Turkey against Israel? Because Turkey is a massive member of NATO. And the whole thing is when one NATO country is at war, the rest of NATO has to help that NATO country. So is America going to side with Turkey, the second biggest member of NATO, or is it going to side with Israel? I believe America is going to say, we wash our hands of you, Israel. That's it. Ankara sees Syria as the arena where its hand has strengthened most. So Syria is Turkey's ticket to becoming an empire. Turkey wants to be an empire. How does Turkey be an empire? It controls Syria. That's it. Syria borders with Turkey. It's not that difficult for Turkey to invade Syria. It's not that difficult for Turkey to send troops into Syria. Turkey has controlled the Idlib province in northern Syria for many years. It's not that difficult. So how does Turkey establish itself as a Near Eastern empire? By controlling Syria. If Turkey loses Syria, it loses its entire enterprise, its entire aspiration of being an empire. It loses. It goes back. Guys, remember 2022. Remember what happened to Ukraine in February of 2022. Remember what happened to Ukraine in the winter of 2022. Russia invaded Ukraine. Why? Because if Russia wants to be a regional power, it's going to have to control Ukraine. This is not me saying this. This is Zbigniew-Brzezinski saying this. And Zbigniew-Brzezinski was simply following the Mackinder policy or the Mackinder law of geopolitics, which is whoever controls Eastern Europe controls the center of Europe. Whoever controls the center of Europe controls Europe. Whoever controls Europe controls the world. This is the whole idea of the Mackinder theory or the Mackinder rule of geopolitics. It also applies to Central Asia. You have to control Eurasia if you really want to dominate the world. So you have to control Eastern Europe. You have to control Central Asia. Bottom line. So if Russia is going to be an empire, it needs to control what? Eastern Europe. It already controls Belarus. Belarus and Russia are the same country. So it already has that part of Eastern Europe. If Russia can take control of Ukraine, Russia is an empire. It maintains itself as a regional power, as a serious power, as a significant power. If it loses Ukraine, it doesn't have significance, and America will still be controlling Ukraine, and thus America will be controlling the center and will be out-rivaling Russia. The American empire will still be winning in such a case. This is why the Americans are so adamant about Ukraine. This is why the Europeans are so adamant about Ukraine, because they know if Russia takes Ukraine, Russia is an empire. That's it. Russia is officially an empire. It's no longer just some giant freaking gas station as they perceive it, right? And I'm not saying that that's correct. I'm not saying that this is the correct perspective of Russia, but I'm simply saying that's how the Europeans see Russia, as a giant gas station. The moment Russia takes over Ukraine, it will no longer be seen in that light. It will be seen as an empire, and it will have to be respected, because at that point, Russia will be smack right next to Poland. Now, to a great extent, it is already next to Poland because of Kaliningrad, but the problem is that Kaliningrad, while it is technically Russia, it does not share a contiguous border with Russia. So it's cut off from mainland Russia, just like Alaska is cut off from mainland America, or Hawaii is cut off from mainland America. So if Russia can control Ukraine, that means Russia would be right next to Poland. It'll border right with Central Europe. It will be a major power. Major power. So this is a huge deal for the Russians. Now, what were the Americans doing for decades? They were meddling in Russia. You had the freaking National Endowment for Democracy putting tons of money into Ukraine, backing revolutionary groups, backing anti-government groups. Eventually, this all culminated into the 2014 Euromaidan. You had literally a Nazi coup. You had Andrei Parubi, who was the commandant of the Euromaidan movement. Andrei Parubi is a Ukrainian neo-Nazi. He was running the show. You had a bunch of other Nazis who were involved in the Euromaidan. It was a Nazi far-right nationalist coup. They said, we hate the Russians because of what Stalin did to our people, blah, blah, blah. They said, God bless Bandera, kill Polish people, kill Russians. They took over freaking Ukraine. That was America's way. That was America's way of moving the chess piece against Russia. So Russia said, okay, you want to play that game? We're going to take over freaking Crimea. They took over Crimea. That was the beginning. That was in 2014. Fast forward to 2022. Boom, Russia invades. Why? You literally gave Russia no other choice. Because Russia said, listen, Ukraine's the red line. They were saying this for years. All the signs were there. All of the signs were there. Pat Buchanan was warning America about this. You had Michael Mendelbaum warning America about this. You had George Kennan, the architect of America's Cold War policy, warning about this. I know that Zbigniew Brzezinski was very aware of how important Ukraine was to the Russians. All of the signs were there. We did not give a shit. And the reason why we didn't give a shit is because we did not respect Russia. And that lack of respect is what pushes countries to go to war, because they're saying, hey, we're not respected. We have to show our teeth. And the teeth were shown. And Russia bit the fuck out of NATO. And they're still biting it. It all could have been prevented if we just respected Russia's sphere of influence. Right now, and I'm not like a super pro-Turkey guy. Don't get me wrong. I don't like what Turkey did to the Armenians in Artsakh in 2020, 2022, and 2023. But understanding a realist geopolitics, we can also understand that Turkey has its sphere of influence. And if it is not respected long enough, it will fight. It will go to war. Israel don't give a shit. They don't respect nobody. That's the thing about Israel. They don't respect nobody. They're like the pro-Israel Zionists that I used to hang out with. They didn't respect anyone. They go to a restaurant, they're yelling at the waitress right there and then. They're lying about the order so they can get a free item from the menu. They're saying, "Oh, you guys gave me the wrong item," when they really did not give them the wrong item, so that the manager can get on his knees and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll give you a free dinner of your choice on the house," and they got a free meal out of it. That type of scummy shit, right? All of that bespeaks an absence of respect. Okay, so that is a microcosm of Israel. Israel does not respect other countries' sphere of influence. Israel doesn't respect other countries' autonomy in space. They bombed Qatar. Now, you could say, well, because Qatar was backing Hamas. Who the fuck facilitated Qatari dollars going into Gaza? It was the Netanyahu government. So please, fuck off with that bullshit. That's bullshit. Secondly, Qatar is a major U.S. ally. Thirdly, Qatar was hosting the negotiations on a potential peace deal, or at least a ceasefire in Gaza. That's what Qatar was doing. And the other thing that I want to add is that it was the United States that told Qatar to host negotiations for the war in Gaza. So Qatar was simply doing what America asked it to do. So Israel bombing Qatar was completely uncalled for, and they crossed a red line. So now, when you cross a red line, what message are you sending out? Let's be real here. It's like this. If I go to you and I say, hey, let's do some friendly sparring. You say, okay, all right, here's the rule. No punches to the face. I can punch you in the stomach. I can punch you in the chest. I can punch you in the shoulder. I can punch you in the ribs, but I can't punch you in the face. We have agreed that we're not going to punch each other in the face, right? Because when I punch you in the body, it's going to hurt, but it's not really personal. There's something about getting hit in the face that's very psychological and very personal, especially if you get hit in the nose. Very psychologically painful and very physically painful. So let's say we're in the middle of this little friendly sparring match and we have agreed to the rules that we're not going to punch each other in the face, and I, bam, pop you right in the face. What message am I giving to you? The message I'm giving to you is I don't give a shit about respecting you. I don't respect you. So now you're put in a position where if you don't punch me in the face, you have no honor. I have forced you into that position where either you don't punch me in the face and you continue to follow the rules and then look weak and you are allowing me to bully you, or you punch me in the face as a response in order to either send the message to me that you're going to fight back, and maybe that's going to get me to calm down and say, hey, I'm sorry about that, let's go back to the rules. Or it's just going to escalate into a full-on fight where we're just going to punch each other in the face, and it's no longer a friendly sparring match. Either way, the person, by being punched in the face, has been put into a corner where he only has two options. Show his teeth and regain respect, or maintain not having the respect that you want. So the same type of concept applies to geopolitics. The same thing applies to geopolitics. Israel crosses a red line, bombs Qatar. Turkey, hey Turkey, Qatar is one of your best buds. What are you going to do? Are you a regional power or are you not? Syria is a part of Turkey's sphere of influence. Well, guess what, Turkey? Boom, 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 boom. We're bombing the T4 air base. We're going to bomb other parts of Syria. We're putting our troops in southern Syria. What message does that send to the Turks? Either you show teeth or you don't. And you are no longer considered a regional power. You see? So that's the thing that we have to keep in mind. That's the thing that we have to keep in mind here. So Turkey is put in a position where it's either going to have to fight and show its teeth, or it's not. And eventually Turkey will show its teeth because it does want to be an empire. It does want to be an empire. So it says here that in stark contrast, Israel's strategic calculus favors a weak, decentralized, and persistently unstable Syria. Yes, Israel wants to see an unstable Syria. This is what Israel wants. Because an unstable Syria means a weak Turkey. An unstable Syria means Turkey will not control Syria. That's what that means. In stark contrast, Israel's strategic calculus favors a weak, decentralized, and persistently unstable Syria. That's why Israel was backing Syrian rebels. That's why Israel was backing the idea of having a civil war in Syria, because it wanted to see Syria weak and unstable, and it still wants to see Syria weak and unstable. It does not want to see Syria united, because a united Syria means that Turkey can control it. That means a strong Turkish sphere of influence. That's what that means. With a military largely stripped of heavy capabilities similar to Lebanon, this fundamental divergence puts Turkey and Israel at cross purposes inside Syria. Like I've always said, Israel and Turkey, they both have antithetical aspirations. They both have antithetical goals. And the goal of Turkey is to have empire. It's to control Syria. The goal of Israel is also to have empire, and that would mean preventing Turkey from controlling Syria. Israel is financing the Druze, Trevor. That's correct, but they're they're backing the Druze so they can have a proxy in Syria to go against the government, which is being backed by Turkey. It's a giant proxy type situation. So let's see. It says here, among the recent escalations, Israel's attack on Qatar has been by far the most consequential for Turkey as it directly targeted Ankara's closest ally in the Gulf and one of its most important strategic partners worldwide. For Turkey, Qatar is not simply a friendly state, but a pillar of its foreign policy network. The two share deep financial ties, defense cooperation, and political alignment on issues ranging from Libya to the Muslim Brotherhood. Qatar is also a major non-NATO ally of the United States, which makes the attack significant beyond the Turkey-Israel dyad. Within months, thresholds long assumed inviolate were crossed. So Israel crossed a bunch of red freaking lines. By targeting Qatar, Israel demonstrated its willingness to ignore the red lines that long constrained interstate force in the region and challenged not only U.S. adversaries, but also states closely tied to Washington. So they're going against American allies. Turkey, Qatar. And remember, guys, public opinion is extremely vital for political power. If I want to control your country, I best damn well make sure that your people like me. How am I going to do that? Because if your people like me, it's going to be very easy to control your country. All I got to do is invade. People love me. Why do you think it was so easy for Russia to invade Donbass? Because the vast majority of people in Donbass are pro-Russia. Why do you think Russia hasn't tried invading Western Ukraine? Because the vast majority of Western Ukrainians are Nazis. Banderite, anti-Russia Nazis. Very difficult for Russia to control that region. That's the thing. So America is very concerned about public opinion, the opinion of all the populations in the countries that are vital for America's interests. America cares about what people in Japan think because America wants Japan on America's side against the Chinese. The vast majority of the Japanese people are pro-Palestine, anti-Israel. Vast majority of people in Italy are pro-Palestine, anti-Israel. Vast majority of people in Poland are pro-Palestine, anti-Israel. The vast majority of people in Spain are pro-Palestine, anti-Israel. The vast majority of the populations in the American in the world of American allies are anti-Israel. So America is saying we could lose the favor of the populations of these countries. We can't have that. And are we just going to allow that to happen because we want to wave the Israeli flag because some pastor told us to? No. Fuck that. We don't want that to happen. So I think America is just going to say, listen, Israel, we had a good run. We had what? What was it? A good, solid... We had a good solid 5 decades or so, right? 6, 7 decades. We had a good run. So we're just going to cut our losses. And we'll just hope for the best for you. All right. Bye-bye. Shalom, shalom. Because we don't want to lose Turkey. And Turkey's rising. And Israel, you've done a lot to piss off Turkey. Israel will go down fighting. That is true, Sam. But it's going to go down nonetheless. That's right. It's going to put up a hell of a fight. Don't get me wrong. But it's going to go down. If Israel's 12-year war, or 12-year war, what is wrong with me? If Israel's 12-day war with Iran was any lesson, Israel will go down. We can feel safe in saying that. We can feel very confident in predicting that Israel is going to go down. Because Iran bombed the shit out of Israel, and Israel didn't get past 12 days. It needed America. So, I don't know. Israel is a very suicidal country. That's one thing that you have to keep in mind. Israel committed mass suicide when it was doing its war against the Romans, and they're being very self-destructive right now. So it's just not going to work for them, and they're going to go down. They're going down the same road of self-destruction as they did before their temple was destroyed. So it says here,
For Turkey, the message was clear. Israel does not consider itself bound by prior regional equations, diplomatic understandings, or the deterrent value of the American security umbrella. That's right. Turkey's strength makes Israel more cautious about direct strikes, yet retaliation would be almost unavoidable if one occurred. So if Israel strikes Turkey, Turkey will retaliate. And here's the thing. If Israel attacks Turkey, Turkey's a major member of NATO. Are they going to pull Article 5 out of their ass to defend Turkey against Israel? Is America going to say, okay, Israel, you've just attacked Turkey. That's a major NATO member. An attack on one member is an attack on all of the members, as Article 5 says, so we're going to have to go to war with Israel. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think America is going to rally up the whole NATO alliance to go to war against Israel to defend Turkey. I think America and the rest of NATO is just going to say, we're not getting involved. And at that point, if NATO still exists before that point, NATO will just become nothing. NATO will just become a figurative group that'll be completely meaningless. And that's it. And maybe some of those European powers will side with Turkey to resume from where the Germans were stopped, if you know what I mean. So for Ankara's security elites, Tel Aviv's repeated disregard for regional red lines make the region more volatile. While a direct clash remains unlikely, and this is where I disagree with this author, while a direct clash remains unlikely, the likeliest scenario for escalation is an unintended clash in Syria, where Israeli strikes could by miscalculation hit Turkish positions. It wouldn't be a miscalculation, by the way. And I disagree with the author when he says that a clash between Turkey and Israel is unlikely. I think it's very likely. And I think that if it wasn't unlikely, then why in the hell did the Najal Committee tell Netanyahu to prepare for a potential war with Turkey if it's not unlikely, or if it's not likely, right? It's blatantly likely, very likely to say the least. And they both want to control Syria. And it's one of those situations where both sides are saying Syria ain't big enough for the both of us. You know, we're not going to co-rule Syria. And if they do decide to co-rule Syria under some attempt by the United States to establish diplomatic ties between Syria and Turkey, it'll be very symbolic and it's not going to last forever. It will eventually erode itself out of existence. So that's the thing. That's the thing. And so eventually a clash, listen, a clash is inevitable. It's inevitable. It has to happen because of Syria. Israel wants to control it. Turkey wants to control it. Turkey needs Syria. It needs Syria. Hilaire Belloc makes a really interesting observation. He says that in order to control the Muslim world, you have to control Syria. This is why I say Hilaire Belloc is a very underrated. I could smoke this right now. Man, I need a lighter, though. My lighter is all out of butane. But I would love to just have me a smoke right now. But smoking too much is not good if you like working out. It's not good for the cardio. But Hilaire Belloc is a very underrated but brilliant writer. And I recommend that everyone read Hilaire Belloc. I recommend that people read his book on heresies, read his book on the whole dilemma with the Jewish people. There's a book that he wrote called The Jews, which is a brilliant, brilliant text. He wrote it in 1922, and he warned the world in that book that if the rage against the Jews in Europe is not abated somehow, then there will be a bloodbath of the Jews. There will be a slaughter of the Jews in Europe. And he said that the Germans especially will slaughter the Jews. He predicted the Holocaust in 1922. I mean, the guy was brilliant. But Hilaire Belloc also wrote about Islam and the Ottoman Empire. And he wrote that in order to control the Muslim world, you have to control Syria. You have to. And he explained why. And he basically said Now, I just want to find a map here so I can see this for myself. Man, Google Maps. Oh my God. Google Images suck. But basically, I think it's pretty clear why Syria would be vital for any country that wants to have an empire in the Middle East. So here's Turkey. I know this map sucks because Google sucks. But here's Turkey, here's Syria, Iraq, Jordan, Saudi Arabia. Now, Mecca is in Saudi Arabia. If you want to control the Muslim world, you have to control Saudi Arabia, right? You have to control Mecca. You got to control Mecca, right? So Turkey is saying, okay, well, we have troops in Iraq. We want to control Iraq. But if we're going to have the authority to just march anytime we want from Turkey to Saudi Arabia, well, we got to control Syria. We got to control Syria. And by controlling Syria, we have this direct access into Jordan, into Israel, the Palestinians, the Palestinian territories. And if we control Iraq, we also have a direct route into Jordan, into Jordan, and from there into the Palestinian territories. So Syria is pretty vital. Also, what else does Syria have? Syria has a coast. And that coast is right near Cyprus. So it's another access way into the Mediterranean Sea. So Syria, very important geopolitically speaking. And Turkey needs to control it. It shares a massive border with Turkey. Look at how massive the border is between Syria and Turkey. Massive borderline. Much bigger than that of Iraq. So it shares this massive borderline. And if a country is sharing such a massive borderline with you and you want to be a regional power, you have to control that country, or else you're not going to be taken seriously. So Turkey has to control Syria. But here is little Israel right here. And Israel is saying, nope, we're going to be in southern Syria and there's nothing you can do about it. And Turkey is saying, the hell you are. We're not going to let this happen. So the clash is inevitable. And this is why I say that whoever wrote this article here is dead wrong. This article says, well, a clash between Turkey and Israel is unlikely. Bullshit. It's not only likely, it's inevitable. That's the bottom line. So it says here that, yet Turkey's confidence in NATO has been eroded by past episodes. And now, this is interesting. So the author gets into the concept of Turkey being able to trust America and being able to trust America's security umbrella in the Middle East. So it says here that, yet Turkey's confidence in NATO has been eroded by past episodes in which collective defense was either publicly dismissed or left ambiguous, such as in 2015, when Ankara downed a Russian jet and NATO quickly made clear that Article 5 would not be invoked in the event of Russian retaliation. So Turkey shoots down this Russian plane, and America said, listen, Turkey, we're not going to go to war with Russia for you. Because let's be real here, America is scared shitless of Russia. They are. America is scared shitless of Russia because America knows that Russia can destroy the United States. They're scared shitless of the Russians. They don't want a war with Russia. Even if that means fighting for NATO, America does not want a war with Russia. Not a direct one, at least. So America says to Turkey, listen, we know you shot down this Russian plane, but we're not going to help you if Russia retaliates. Or in 2020, when Russian airstrikes killed dozens of Turkish soldiers. Yes, this happened in February of 2020. The Russians killed dozens of Turkish soldiers in Syria, and NATO didn't do shit about it, even though Turkey is a major member of NATO. More recently, the American failure to shield Qatar and muted reactions to Russian drones over Poland have further undermined confidence in alliance. In the alliance, in the NATO alliance. This is very interesting. Very interesting indeed. So drones are flying into Poland. They're saying it's Russian drones. I don't know if they are Russian drones. Could be Poland just playing games. Could be Ukraine playing games. But Poland is saying, hey, Russia just flew a bunch of drones into our airspace. What are you going to do about it, NATO? And America hasn't done fuck all about it. America hasn't done a damn thing about it. Nothing. America hasn't done anything about it. So that is eroding this idea that you can trust the United States. And what could happen is people are just going to say, the Europeans are just going to say, you know what, we can't trust America. Let's make our military strong again. That's what the Germans are doing. The Turks are saying, Israel just bombed our great ally, Qatar. Russia killed dozens of our troops in Syria. America didn't do shit about it. Really, America, can we really trust you? Why do you think Turkey is boosting up its military innovation? Why do you think Turkey is growing its own indigenous military industry? Why do you think Turkey is on the verge of putting into operation its first ever 5th generation fighter jet, the Khan fighter jet? It's because Turkey knows if it's going to make an empire, it's going to have to rely on itself. So that's why you see the Germans boosting up their military. That's why you see the Turks doing it. That's why you see the Japanese doing it, because they know that they really can't 100% rely on the United States. And so Turkey is saying, man, America, you got more loyalty to Israel than to NATO. So can we really trust NATO? And if Turkey and Israel go to war, which they will, is NATO going to go to war to support Turkey, which is a major NATO ally? I don't think so. I don't. I think America is just going to sit that one out, and they're going to watch as Turkey tears Israel apart, just as they watched Iran pound Israel for days. And America just did a little figurative strike on Iran, did not destroy Iran's nuclear project, but just did a figurative strike just to show Israel, look, we really care. But when Iran was pounding the fuck out of Israel, America sort of just sat that one out. Now, they did try to intercept Iranian missiles, but it didn't really fully help. They couldn't stop all of those hypersonic missiles. They couldn't stop all of those ballistic missiles. America sort of just sat this one out. And when the Zionists in the United States were saying, oh, we have to defend Israel, what was the rest of America saying? F you, the hell we're not. We're not going to go to war. Even Charlie Kirk was saying, I don't want to go to a conventional war to defend Israel against Iran. Even that's why they got mad at Charlie. Why do you think they hated Charlie so much? That's why. That's one of the reasons why. So I think if Israel and Turkey have a full-on war, I think America's just going to sit that one out. And they're going to watch as Turkey tears Israel apart, just like those hyenas teared Scar apart in The Lion King. You see? So it says here, many Turkish strategists now suspect that NATO would remain neutral in any confrontation between Turkey and Israel, particularly if it unfolded on Syrian soil. There you go. Exactly right. Exactly right, guys. Hospitality led to the Nakba. Our kindness is a weakness. That is true, by the way. There's a lot of things about the Nakba that don't get talked about. But the Zionist narrative, it basically goes like this. Arabs attacked Israel. There was war. Then you had Nakba. And the Israelis said, okay, you Palestinians support terrorism. You need to leave. And also a lot of Palestinians left because they were lied to. They were lied to by these Palestinian propagandists who told them that the Israelis were going to rape and murder them. And so a lot of Palestinians fled on their own accord. Israel didn't really push the majority of these people out. That's the pro-Israel narrative. There's a whole lot of nitty-gritty stories that happened in the Nakba that they don't talk to anyone about. For example, there was a lot of rape that went on. The IDF or certain Israeli militants, they went totally Nanking on the Palestinians. And there was one case where a village said to the Israelis, all right, you won the war, our village is your village. And there was a man who approached, there was a village leader who approached this Israeli soldier and said, your village is our village, the village is yours, I give it to you. And the Israeli commander came in and he said, give us 12 people from the village. And they took 12 men from the village and murdered them in front of everyone. And they said, now we're the boss. That happened during the Nakba. They don't talk about that. They don't talk about the rapes that went on during the Nakba. They don't talk about the mass murder. They don't talk about Israeli soldiers using flamethrowers on civilians. They don't talk about mass executions taking place. They don't say shit about that. Because they want you to think, well, it was just a war, and in war, the victor sort of calls the shots and can get people to leave if it wants them to, and a lot of these Palestinians left on their own free will. That is bullshit. That is bullshit. There's a lot of evil things that happened during the Nakba. And, yeah, I know there's a big debate about that, but that's what I've read. Let's see here. Hospitality led to the knock. Okay, I already read that. I know Russian people too, all nice, and they love Putin. They're in the UK with me, and I meant it. Okay. U.S. fired missiles into Russia last several months. Then the pipeline. When? Are you talking about when they allowed Ukraine to use long-distance missiles into Russian territory? Because that did happen, yes. Looks like Russia is winning. It is. Hospitality is linked to a mindset of abundance. I like Muslims. I have broken the propaganda. I was listening to a Taiwan representative. Okay. I've spent a lot of time with Arabs and coached their children at football. They are all very polite. Yes, generally speaking, Arab people are very polite people. That's why I'm not really getting all this propaganda about the Syrian refugees. They're going to come and just rape everybody. It's just bullshit, really. The tank mechanic that invented the AK-47, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Someday I'm going to drink Turkish coffee and watch belly dancers. Here we go. Palestine, yep. Let's see here. I also remember when Turkey deployed their troops into Syria under the guise of protecting a tomb. Yeah, it was a Sufi tomb. I remember that was back in, I want to say 2014 or 13. It's fine. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of recovering from a gout attack. Yep, got to stay away from alcohol for the most part. In Iran, gas is like 18 cents a gallon. Yeah, it's pretty cheap. Poor Yemenis, they got bombed by Saudi for a decade. Yep. Turkey also wants to expand its tourism industry. Interesting. Trump called Erdogan and thanked him for his contribution for the Hamas deal after Hamas accepted the peace deal. Trump cooking something with Erdogan against Netanyahu. Interesting. Let me look this up. Yeah, Trump and Erdogan discussed bilateral relations, etc. I mean, Turkey is extremely vital for Russia, for America's empire. Extremely vital. So it needs that. That's the thing. It totally needs that. Let's see here. Hold up. The video is still on YouTube about the old IDF soldiers talking about raping. Yup, I remember that. Yeah. It's pretty horrific. Very eye-opening, that video. I'm a belly dancer? Damn. So, I think there's one more article that I want to show you guys that I found to be really interesting. Check this one out, guys. This was a really interesting article that was published by, I want to say Politico. Yeah, Politico, the European branch of Politico. Very interesting article. And it says here, European strategic autonomy is in German hands. Now, what did I say recently? A lot of people got mad at me for this, but I said Germany is rising. And a lot of people disagree with me. Almost all the comments disagreed with me, which is crazy. Because it's almost like, if you disagree with me when I say Germany is coming back, you really have to have an ahistorical view. If you look at history, you always see Germany having this pretty intense, pretty significant geopolitical position. World War I, World War II, and even before that, 30 years war. Germany has had, for the longest time, a serious, significant geopolitical position in Europe. So Germany is going to have a significant position in the future. And you see Germany really moving to that point. And so I'm really shocked that so many people are oblivious to this reality. I just don't know why so many people disagree with me on this, but that's fine. I think the truth will show itself inevitably anyway. Time will tell who is right, who is wrong. But I'm going to read to you guys this article. I thought this was pretty interesting. European strategic autonomy is in German hands. In other words, if we're going to have a rising Europe or a rising European power, it's got to be Germany. Because Germany has the money, Germany has the industry, Germany has the innovation. Germany has over 80 million people, so it has quite a big population. It's one of the biggest economies in the world. Germany has all of the wherewithal to become the most powerful country in Europe and one of the most powerful countries in the world. So it says here that as Berlin inevitably becomes the EU's dominant military power, its billions could either build or blur Macron's vision of European defense. So Macron has this vision of a Franco-German military alliance where you'll have the French with their nuclear security umbrella, and then you'll have the Germans, and the Germans will have this big army, and the French army will unite with the German army, and then other European militaries will join forces with this Franco-German force. And this is the dream of France. France is not dreaming of Germany being the most dominant military in Europe. France is dreaming of a Franco-German alliance. But this article is saying, listen, a European sovereign military force is going to be in Germany's hands. So it says here, an age-old French nightmare, that of growing German military might, is resurfacing in a new form. Indeed, 19th and 20th century anxieties over a cross-Rhine invasion have long been obliterated by the Franco-German partnership within European and Atlantic alliances. Moreover, Berlin's current plans to double defense spending is welcomed in France as a bulwark against both Russian aggression and U.S. disengagement, so they're planning for America to sort of separate itself to a great extent from Europe. Yet, according to anonymous government officials, French President Emmanuel Macron is said to be obsessed with the huge fiscal freedom Germany possesses to rearm itself over the next 5 years, especially compared to cash-strapped France. So Germany has what France doesn't have, and that is the economy that Germany has. When you have money, you can make a massive army. When you have one of the biggest economies in the world, you can make a pretty massive army with that money. You can build very effective technology. So France is saying, okay, we want to have this Franco-German alliance, but according to these sources, Emmanuel Macron is very envious of Germany's economy. Macron wants for France to have the economy that Germany has, or really, Macron wants for France to have what Germany has, and that is this unlimited spending policy for its military. So it says here that he fears an invasion not of French territory, but of his country's preeminent position as the EU's most effective military diplomatic power. So the French are worried about being replaced diplomatically by the Germans. That speaks volumes. So all of you guys who told me, oh, Ted, you're wrong about this rising Germany and all this stuff, the French know. The French are scared of this. They're worried about being geopolitically, diplomatically replaced by the Germans. They're worried about their geopolitical significance being eclipsed by Germany. They're worried. They see the writing on the wall. I'm shocked that you guys can't see the writing on the wall. I've read enough about World War I, World War II, the 30 Years' War to know, for the longest time, Germany has had a significant position geopolitically. And it says here, he's also worried about whether Germany's billions will be used to build or blur his vision of a strategically autonomous European defense industry. So Macron wants this Franco-German alliance to form this pan-European military force. And what Germany wants is for a powerful Deutschland that will lead Europe. That's the difference. Germany says, we're not so certain about this Franco-German alliance. But what we do want is for Germany to be the most powerful country in Europe and to thus at that point lead European militaries, to lead the other European militaries. So in other words, it'll be Europe's various militaries being led by a powerful Deutschland, a powerful revived German empire in Europe. People don't see this because a lot of you guys, let's be real here, a lot of you guys are buying into this whole right-wing doomerism of Germany is just, oh my God, guys, they're just weak, man. They're weak. They're literally one of the biggest economies in the world. They're like the fourth largest economy on earth or something like that. So it says here, this is a pretty good article. It says here, in theory, both countries are bound by NATO members' new pledge to spend 3.5% of GDP on defense by 2035. But while Germany has a credible plan to reach that target by 2029, short of vast grants from an EU defense fund that may never exist, France has no obvious way to both honor its NATO commitment and cut its budget deficit to 3% of GDP in 4 years. So in other words, France's economy is restraining France's space to have unlimited spending on its military, or at least to spend 3.5% of its GDP on its defense. Germany has that economic capacity, and Germany recently said, I talked about this until I was blue in the face months ago. Germany said, we're not going to put limits on our spending when it comes to military. They said, we're going to have unlimited spending on the German military. I mean, really? The idea of a Fourth Reich coming is pretty inevitable. It's very clear. Very clear. So it says here, given the disparity between their GDPs and populations, this year's German and French defense budgets are roughly comparable, 86 billion euros in Germany and 62 billion euros in France. By 2029, however, Germany expects to be spending 150 billion euros a year. That is huge. While France, even with its newly expanded defense plans, will be spending 80 billion euros at best. So the Germans are going to outpace the French in military spending in just, 3 years or so? That's what the trajectory says, at least. So it says here that still some senior French officials who spoke on condition of anonymity dismissed fears that Germany's new military might, and to some extent Poland's, will erode Paris's clout in Brussels. They argued that France's special status within the EU is also born of its global military reach, its permanent UN Security Council membership, and its nuclear deterrent. Yeah, regardless of all of this, let's be real. I mean, Germany is going to become the most powerful military in Europe. French military chiefs who asked to remain unnamed were also dismissive of the Bundeswehr's capacity to become an efficient force after 8 decades of historical aversion to all things military. They said the catch-up spending is welcome and important, but it will be many years before the German army and air force can match France's. Well, I mean, the French and the Germans can still make an alliance, or they can still deepen their alliance, but that still doesn't change the trajectory of Germany becoming the most powerful country in Europe. That's going to happen. That's inevitable. This idea that the Bundeswehr will remain weak, I'm not so certain about that, because the German armed forces was very, very weak and fragile after World War I, but yet it managed to become the most powerful military in the world, or at least one of the most powerful militaries in the world. And during World War II, you had how many freaking empires go against Germany at the same time? The British Empire, the Russian Empire. The Soviet Union was the Russian Empire. Let's be real here. And you had the American Empire, the United States. All three empires going against Germany at the same time. And the Germans still managed to slaughter millions of Allied troops. Millions. So this is how dangerous this country can become if it really shows its true boss form, if you know what I mean. And if nationalism totally revives in Germany, and it is reviving, but if it revives to a very complete form, to its full boss form, you will have a lot of young men in Germany being incentivized to join the military, to fight for Deutschland, not NATO, to fight for blood and soil. The more immediate problem, however, is the direction of travel. Will the German military build up help forge a more strategically autonomous European defense industry, create European jobs, and strengthen European economic power? Or will it pour money into off-the-shelf U.S. military hardware and favor industrial alliances with American defense giants? Well, that's the thing, though. See, Donald Trump has made this deal with the Europeans, wherein the Europeans are just going to buy American weapons, and then they're going to send those weapons to Ukraine. But this is really incentivizing the Europeans to boost up their own indigenous, independent military-industrial complex. That is why the biggest defense company in Europe, Rheinmetall, has grown precipitously recently. That's why it's grown leaps and bounds recently. It's because the Germans are pursuing independent military production, military industry. And that's only going to grow. And again, a lot of this comes back to respect. Germany wants to be a major power. Germany wants to be geopolitically significant. It can't reach that point if it's dependent on the United States, which means the Germans are going to have to free themselves of the fetters of American control. And I think that a lot of people in the U.S. government want this to happen. You have people, for example, what's his name? Eldridge Colby, who was in the Trump administration. Eldridge Colby has talked about allowing Europe to go its own way, allowing the Germans to go its own way, so that way the Americans can focus more on China. And America does want to focus more on China because China is the second largest economy in the world, and it is the biggest economic threat to the United States, which means America is going to be focusing more on really boosting up the power of the Japanese, to use the Japanese against the Chinese, possibly using the Uyghur Muslims in Central Asia against the Han Chinese. And so I think what the Americans plan on doing is allowing the Europeans to become more powerful, allowing the Germans to be this powerful country, so that way the Americans can say, okay, Germany, you handle Russia, while we handle the Chinese. So it says here that at times, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz echoes Macron on the matter, saying that the surge in his country's defense spending must have a European framework and promote European strategic sovereignty. Well, we all know what this is about. This is about Germany just running the show in Europe, and Germany being the most powerful military in Europe while leading various European militaries, which would just be really auxiliary forces for the Fourth Reich. So it says here, on other occasions, he has spoken of a coalition contract within NATO and the importance of the transatlantic partnership, blah, blah, blah. Either way, the sheer scale of Berlin's spending in the years ahead will inevitably make its defense industry the key player in European military innovation and procurement. So Germany will be the biggest dog in the block. Amazingly, I predicted this in 2016. Nobody believed me, but every year I get more and more proven correct. I think somebody in the chat said it must be frustrating to be able to foretell things 5 years before they happen. What's frustrating is telling people what's going to happen and then basing historical reality on your prediction, and then people just being ahistorical and just ignoring history and saying, who gives a shit about history? That's what makes it so frustrating. So it says here that in the past, much of Germany's industry preferred to seek partnership with the U.S. or turn to German startups rather than cooperate with established players in France or other EU countries. Sticking to this old pattern, Paris was dismayed by Rheinmetall's recent decision to enter an agreement with the U.S. company Anduril to produce drones and missiles. But while it may be too late to wean Germany off U.S. warplanes, the truth is there can never be a solid European military-industrial base unless EU countries come together to develop the weapons of the future. And that is true. That is true. And you see this also with the phenomenon of the AWACS fighter jet. I'll show you guys this fighter jet that's going to be coming up pretty soon. So the Germans and the French came up with... Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, sorry. I think I got the name wrong. Let me look this up real quick. It's not the Eurofighter, but it's the one that's coming after the Eurofighter. What's it called? Upcoming EU fighter jet. It's called FCAS. FCAS. The Future Combat Air System. This is going to be Europe's newest European fighter jet. And Spain recently said that they don't want to buy American fighter jets. That they want to just wait for the FCAS, or the Future Combat Air System, to be in operation so that they can just buy those instead of American fighter jets. So the Europeans are pursuing more and more independence when it comes to military industry and innovation. But it says here in the wiki page that the FCAS is a European combat system of systems under development by Dassault Aviation, Airbus, and Indra Sistemas. The FCAS will consist of a next-generation weapon system, as well as other air assets in the future operational battle space. The NGWS's components will be remote carrier vehicles, as well as the new generation fighter, a planned 6th-generation fighter jet. So it's going to be state-of-the-art. That will possibly supersede France's Rafale and Germany and Spain's Eurofighter. So this is the future for the European Air Force. And I think it's a sign. I think it's a sign of Europe's pursuit to be independent of America's military-industrial complex. And I think it's a clear sign of Europe's goal to be independent and make its own military-industrial complex. So the article goes on to say, let's go back to this article real quick just to finish the rest of it, because it's pretty good. It's pretty informative. But it says here, it is therefore vital that Berlin and Paris immediately establish a pattern for the upcoming boom years and double down on their political commitment to Franco-German cooperation in defense, innovation, training, and procurement. The window of opportunity is narrow, and afterward, there will only be room to implement the decisions already made. The majority view in Paris is that German rearmament will raise these questions of industrial balance long before it raises issues of political balance within the EU. But Merz also understands that unless it's embedded in a European consensus, Germany's military might could become a political problem, and not just for the French. Oof, interesting. Germany's military might could become a political problem. What does that mean? A political problem for who? For Russia? Sure, most definitely. Nonetheless, France will be looking at the decade ahead anxiously, as Germany will retain its status as Europe's industrial powerhouse, as well as become, just by sheer size, the dominant military power within the EU. The uncomfortable truth for France is that when it comes to the creation of a European defense industry, and even the potential rapid increase of France's own military capacity, strategic autonomy is now in Germany's hands. So Germany will be leading Europe in its military might. Germany will be leading Europe as the most powerful military in the continent, bottom line. And so we're going to be seeing the revival of Germany. People don't want to believe me. That's fine. But, the truth will show itself anyway. And that's it. Time will tell who's right. But I'm telling you right now, based on history and based on what I'm reading in current events, Germany is rising. That's it. Bottom line. Let's see here. Hold on. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, Hexeth spoke of Viking pagans. Really? This guy, I swear, this guy is no damn good. Hexeth. Vikings? Okay. We don't have a military full of Nordic pagans in reference to the end of religious exemptions for beards. Oh, he wants them to shave their beards off. I see. And the Turks would fight with the Germans on their side if it comes to it? Absolutely. 100%, just like in World War I. Francisco de Magiera, okay, I don't know what that means. Ambassador of Syria told UN, said GMO soldiers were being used in Syria a few years ago. Okay. The Battle of the Camels, blah, blah, blah. Germany's still a little Nazi? Yeah, absolutely. Germany is spanking the protesters. It's more than spanking. They're bludgeoning them. Hope stream is going great. Yep. Germany mogs France. Yeah. Germany is a Saber-Ruth juggernaut. They're broken, but they have a lot of money. Yep, they have the economic capacity to become a major power. Germany was always better off than France. Yep. Germany bailed out Spain and Greece. They did, and they used that to put them into debt slavery. The Germans are industrious people. Yep. That's what makes Germany a perfect candidate to be a superpower. 2027? That's correct. 2027 is going to be a massive year for militarism, so brace yourselves for that. Let's see here. Yeah. Anyway. All right, guys. I have talked long enough. I have some errands that I have to do early tomorrow, so I don't want to stay up too late talking with you guys, even though I would love to. But this has been a great stream, and it was a lot of fun. We covered a lot of ground today, and it was a great stream, like always. Some streams are better than others. I think last week's stream was amazing. Very good stream last week. This week was good. I'll be seeing you guys soon. And I'll be seeing you guys with more uploads. And yeah. Great stream. Have a good one. Thanks. Appreciate that, Mr. Cyrillic Letters. See you later, Master Driver. I'll say goodbye to all you guys as best as I can. Prince Zachariah, Jacob Glowsticks, The Just One, Cerebral Organoid, Sam, Chris W., Victoria Costello, Affinity, Result Peso, Jacob Glowsticks, Slavery Bedunica, whatever, however you say that, La Onda, Result, or I already read that, Truth Freeze, Ronnie and Bergia, Mirror Flower, just like World War I, absolutely. Frank Maggiera. Let's see. Carol C. And everyone else. Trevor Green. Sophia Martinez. Peace. Semper Reformata. Mirror Flower. Good stream. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. We covered a lot of ground. We talked about some very interesting things, especially about the stuff in regards to the Templars. I thought that was pretty fascinating. Grant. See you later. And there's a Polish guy who Not glow sticks, but there's another Polish guy who always comments on here. I forgot his name, but he always comes on here. I forgot his name. I'm sorry about that, but I'll say goodbye to you as well. You know who I'm talking about. The guy who recommended to me all the songs. Nice talking to you, Chris W. Nice talking to everyone else. Yep. Thank you, Carol. Good. God bless. Be well. Salam alaikum. All right, guys. Be well. I'll see you guys soon. And God bless you guys. And Divine Soldier in the house. Yep, like always. And be well. And I'll see you guys soon. You guys just heard some Theo Logi. God bless. Be well.